back on a familiar screen, aren't we? With a nice little surprise on it. Specifically, this new character here, because I did, as mentioned in the tweets and everything, pick up the Seekers of the Storm DLC, which is the entire reason we're playing this today, basically. So, I have played with the Seeker a little bit, and I really like them. But I do have to start this by saying the same thing I've said every time I've started a session of this game. Bear in mind, I'm not great at this. I have lost a lot of the skill I used to have with this game. Will I be able to make it work? Mostly. Will we see all of the content for the DLC today? Absolutely not. That is highly unlikely. I need to figure out where the reformed altar is so we can get at that one, and I need to figure out what any of that means. I think I've seen a new area once in the handful of runs I did to test things, and one of which seemed to be a new first zone, so that's good to see because I was getting kind of tired of seeing the first couple places over and over again. And I'm kind of staying on this screen a bit so you guys get a chance to read what the Seeker does before we get rolling. Because the Seeker is really interesting. I am looking forward to getting to play with other people and actually make use of the benefits of Meditate. Because I have not played this multiplayer since the DLC came out yet. That is likely to happen tomorrow. But just read that revive text in the middle there. Once a condition is met, this skill revives one or more dead survivors. That's pretty big, considering very frequently if you died in a run of multiplayer, you tended to end up falling behind pretty bad. So getting a chance to come back if you've got a Seeker on the team is pretty big. Saving Grace is also not bad, but I'm more excited about Revive, which is unfortunately the one feature we're not going to see. I did unlock their only other move, which is just you have to hit 3 enemies that are in the air with, I believe it was Spirit Punch. Yeah, the third hit of Spirit Punch, I think. The explosion from that had to hit 3 flying enemies. So we've got the orbs. I do like Unseen Hand, and we're at least going to do Unseen Hand for this first run here, so you guys get to see how the base kit looks, and then we'll switch to Soul Spiral and see how it is. I still haven't actually used Soul Spiral at all. I'm interested to find out, because it seems like it's a pretty big dynamic shift in some ways, because you can get barrier instead of healing. And I did debate messing with the couple of artifacts I have, because I just really could never be bothered to go to the artifact portal over and over again to get the other artifacts. But I think we'll just roll with it as is for now. Give me a quick second to make sure Twitch didn't do anything stupid this time. Everything looks okay. Bitrate is stable. Yep, I think we're good. Let's launch right into this and see how quickly I get my ass handed to me. And of course I mentioned that there's a potential new starting zone and we get, like, the basic bitch starting zone. But that's fine. Yeah, you got decent range on your basic, which is pretty good. You have surprising range on the punch, because you can literally throw it all the way out there. It can and will miss sometimes if you aren't used to targeting with something like that. The neat thing is you also have a little bit of a jump from it, so you can actually use it to stop you from taking fall damage as well, which is kind of neat. My favorite party trick, though, so far is this shift button move, where you can fly around. You start taking damage after a bit, so you gotta be kind of careful with that. This is more than likely attached to the Halcyon Seed, isn't it? Oh, that's a lot of enemies. This might have been a mistake. Considering it's attaching to me, I'm assuming I need to stay here to do whatever it is it wants me to do. And yeah, that was the R button move. You have to actually input that button sequence within a certain amount of time or it doesn't do anything. Pray again. I don't know if that's friendly or not. It matches the statues, so maybe it's friendly, question mark? I don't know. I have bad feelings about this. It doesn't have a... Oh, it does have a health bar. Never mind, I am concerned. If you're wondering, yes, I did take that hit from the golem on purpose to get out of that situation for a second. It seemed like a better idea than staying where I was. Okay, it looks like every set of enemies we clear off of this thing changes a section of this from green to blue. Let's come back to that in a second. Let's go get some items before I commit any further there, or I'm just going to get mauled. The good news is this was a great way to make some early money. Oh, that has lasers as well, huh? Okay, good to know. Ah, yes, because that's what I need in this situation. Yes, these are clearly both the things I desperately needed right now. Joyous day. It'll be fine. Just not what I wanted. Gain damage after killing enemies in quick succession. Okay. Okay, I'm down for that. Considering the amount of enemies that show up in this game, all these quick succession abilities are pretty handy. Yeah, I would say. Like, they're obviously not ideal because you have to manage to kill the first thing, and once the scaling hits hard enough, killing the first thing might be a chore in and of itself, but we'll make do. It'll be fine. Oh joy. I don't know about anybody else, but I can never find those things usually. When taking damage, trigger enemy debuffs, applies bleed. Okay. I would prefer not to be taking damage, but at least now there's a benefit to it. Syringe. Okay, let's go back to the shrine and finish that now. Now that we have a few items, and then we'll go to the teleporter right afterward. As long as I'm not, you know, falling to pieces as soon as we finish this. There's a portal open, so that's a thing. Oh, did it, like, time out? Yeah, I guess since I left, maybe it stopped doing the thing. But does that lead to... Because if that's a gilded blessing, I have a bad feeling that that might lead to the same thing that that one portal leads to where the gold guy was. That might end really badly for me. But this run's not that great anyway, so you know what? Let's find out what happens. Whee! What could possibly go wrong? That's what this is all about after all. Push button and find out. Oh, this is how I get to the reformed altar. Okay, perfect. We need to find a thing here in order to unlock the chef. Okay, so that was easier to get than I thought. I just never saw the shrine in the couple attempts I did, because it literally just, I guess, spawned somewhere stupid or just didn't spawn. This is a neat place. Time is moving, so I do need to be mindful of that. These crystals don't do anything. Or at least nothing immediately obvious. I'm glad I took the risk on going in here, because otherwise I would have never realized that this is where I needed to be. I don't have enough money for that. There's something crashed over there, but I don't think that that's unique. Okay. One of these days I'm going to pay for my sins of attempting fall damage negation like that. I'm going to, like, mistime it or not realize I don't have it active, slam into the ground at Mach 8 and become paste. I couldn't see very well what was that. Okay, I've seen 2 pink messages now about a storm. I have concerns. Because usually those pink messages are bad news. Unless, because I don't think I have, hang on. Did I turn on? No, I didn't turn on difficulty bar effects, which I assume, I was thinking whether that is the thing or not. Hit the wrong button. What's this? Deal extra damage at lower health. I would need some shield before that's particularly useful, but that's a thing, I guess. Invariably, I'm going to be at low health at some point, so it'll do something. Oh, you're here already, huh? That's not what I want to see. Ordinarily, I'd be all about seeing cool big lizard, but you? No, you're a problem. Go away. You're a run-ender. Go away. May as well, since we get a damage bonus now, in addition to getting the money. That'll help. Also, I fully accept that I might die of my own stupidity from this decision. And of having burnt my health. Oh, good. We're just gonna see a bunch of these, huh? Well, this is certainly a thing that's happening. I do like how short the cooldown on that move is. And for those that weren't paying attention, it's gonna fill up that flower over there and give us benefits once it's filled up. One of which being a heal at low health, and that's the only one we're really gonna benefit from at the moment. If we had other people filling it up, would also potentially revive somebody. According to what the description says, anyway. Go ahead and give me a mocha. I need to be able to run a little faster. Because unless I'm spamming my shift, we really don't seem to move that great. Like, obviously we get the little jump from the right click as well, but I would rather not be burning those moves all the time. Another mocha, a teddy bear, or a question mark? Give me another mocha. I'm always all for attack speed. I don't see anything unique around here, so maybe I'm just supposed to finish the stage? Like, I'm only looking around because this was the stage mentioned on the chef's requirements. Otherwise, I would have just went for the teleporter already. I kind of wish I had a scanner so I could see if there's any question marks around. Not often I say that because I don't really care for the scanner that much. I mean, there's a new altar, but doesn't really help either. Just watching an enemy fall past me. There we go. Just gonna double check the big thing in the middle here, because this looks like the most important thing in this area. It doesn't look like it does anything. Unless I need to get up here somewhere? Nope, doesn't seem like it. Okay, we'll just activate the teleporter, and if I'm wrong, we know how to get here now. So I'm not gonna worry too much over it. I don't want to get us into an unwinnable position so quickly. Since this is actually in a good spot for a change, I'll go ahead and boost the shit out of it. There we go. Because I also didn't have that item, and I knew I needed to fully upgrade a Shrine of the Woods for it. Oh boy, it's a bit spicy in here, isn't it? Where? She must have spawned up top, which is the worst. This, however, is great. Saws for all of y'all. Get out of here. Oh. King Frozen, though, not so great. Hey, lady. Perish. Up, down, left. Bear in mind, I can be a bit bold and stupid because I do have multiple self-healing moves on the Seeker, so I can be a bit riskier than on most characters, honestly. There we go. Beetle defeated. And we got Infusion. I'll take it. It works for me. This does, in fact, make me happy. I don't think the Seeker will ever replace the Merc or Loader for me, but it does, I think, make an adequate swap for me between this and Artificer. This is a little bit more dynamic. I'm just gonna keep following these green portals and see where they lead, because I presume that that's what we're supposed to be doing here. Yeah, these are different, so maybe this is gonna lead us to something important. Question mark or another lantern? I'll take the question mark. Okay. Yeah, this is an area I haven't been to either, so don't be surprised if I run around aimlessly a bunch in here too, just taking in the scenery. You know, while trying not to die. The trying not to die part's usually important. Ooh, I spy a red item, I think. Oh no, is it goggles or is it a red item? I think it's goggles, yeah. Just, when it was very small, it looked like a red item, but it's just goggles. They're good, but not enough for me to run over there without enough money to afford it. And make that a priority when there's this many boxes just chilling here. What was that thing? Oh, hi, you exist. Down, left, right, up. Dead. What I really should arguably do is save that bubble move to like hide behind something and heal using it. But as I do with everything, I use it aggressively. Because why wouldn't I? It deal damage, therefore I swing it at enemy. Knowing full well it will lead to my death. I think we opened this already. Yeah, this was the one we spawned next to. There's a shredder, but I don't have anything I hate so much that I would bother shredding it. I would rather keep the effects. Somerang drone, sure. Personally, I would rather keep the Somerang on me, but we'll find other equipment, it'll be okay. Saw drone might actually be kind of useful because it'll just fling death at my enemies. Double punch is a joy to have. Arguably, I should have taken one of those two defensive items. But you know how I do. Offense is the best defense. Okay, yeah, I guess that golden effect is just a new effect that enemies can roll then. Because that's definitely a beetle with just a horn. I'm assuming it's more dangerous, it just doesn't seem to do a lot currently. I'm sure there's situations where those are going to be devastating. somehow. I'll take the explosive. I have enough money to grab some more of this stuff now, though well, I say some more, I think only one of these boxes. But I figure by the time we open it and get the thing out of it, we should, yep, have enough money for the other one. More pennies and death mark, okay. That'd be great if we had much that does debuffs. This is tempting because our range isn't super long unless I actively choose to shoot long range. But with the way this is probably going to play out, I'm gonna hold off on that idea. I really do enjoy the stun on the punch. It can be very handy to just tell something to stop for a second. Oh, there's the teleporter. Well, I didn't see anything special here, so off we go. Oh, it's you, huh? I'm glad I gave my drone the saws then. I think well, theoretically the drone would have had a better angle to hit it with the saw. It's playing real close this time, so it's not actually as big a problem as I'm used to it being. Then again, I'm also used to chasing this thing around as a melee character. So, you know, that usually is its own problem. There we go. That wasn't so bad. Then again, I'm also used to seeing that construct, like, in very hard and higher, not still within hard, because we're actually moving at a pretty decent pace right now. Wouldn't say we have anything incredible as far as our setup goes, but that's fine. As long as I don't dally super long, we shouldn't be in too much trouble. Prime Meridian. Well, this is the one that was listed on one of the two characters, but I don't have the Halcyon Seed. So I don't know if I get it here, or if I needed to bring it from somewhere. What's this? Crack the geode. Okay. What? Oh, it gave me a bunch of temporary shield. Okay. Oh, this place is neat. I don't like the fact that it's trying to strike me with lightning. That explains the whole storm thing. Yikes! I don't want to be struck with lightning. I wish to live today, please. Oh, this is getting upsetting. I see why they give you plenty of temporary shielding. It's because you're gonna get fucking murdered with lightning. Jesus. Oh, hi. That's something I didn't want to see. Gotta go. You missed me. Fuck this shit, I'm out. I feel like I might need to deal with my sleep paralysis demon that's chasing me, though. I feel like that might just be a problem I need to solve. Oh my everything. Okay, using that to heal in this situation, bad call. I fucked up. I fell in a hole. I thought there was ground where I was going. I misread the positioning. So I just put myself in a death pit. For anyone wondering, if I hadn't just gotten blasted there, we were going to fall off the map, go down to 1 health, and die anyway. That was a no-win scenario at that point. That place was really cool, though. Super deadly, but really cool. Otherwise known as most of the interesting places in this game. Super deadly. Oh, it's not an actual, like, orbiting shield, per se. Or, I should say, it is, but you have to summon them individually. Oh, I've just realized a real nasty thing I can do then. I need some backup magazines. If I just stack a bunch of backup magazines, I can just have a pinwheel of fuckery going on. And I am so here for that. Like, as it stands, you can summon a lot of them, apparently, right out the gate. Which is kind of silly. The only problem is going to be its range isn't great. Which, that's not a shock with the way this clearly is intended. I'm just going to test this straight away on... Oh, this is exactly who I wanted for this, too. Where are you? Of course you're not here, though. You're up there. Like a jerk. I don't think that means you're safe from me. Oh yeah, this also synergizes with our flight super well. Oh, this might be disgusting. Oh, I broke them all. So they either are all timed out similarly or they broke. But look at the damage we did to him immediately. Like, we shredded this poor boy with no items. Yeah, we can just, like, fly around something with all those orbs going and just rip it a new one. Okay, I think I like that move. I think I'm coming around on that move. It's not as fun as the fist, but oh, that is potent. I need to remember, though, I don't have the fist anymore for the... Oh, it does have a little bit of a jump to it, too, though. So, never mind. I was gonna say I don't have the fist for hops, but we're okay. Oh, that's a lot of wisps. Yeah, not so fun when I become a bigger wisp than you, huh? As soon as this finishes charging, we'll go scoop up the items and get the hell out of here. We are lacking the heal from the fist, though. Like, we get barrier instead, which, for the way the new items seem to be leaning, which is you having low health and taking damage, the barrier's probably better? Is this way we can have the barrier and stay at lower health to benefit from the low health items more? A character like Rex would actually be perfect for those items, because his whole thing's going back and forth with his health bar anyway. So that might actually be like a beautiful character synergy there. Which is such a shame because I don't play Rex, like at all. So I would be doing myself a massive disservice if I attempted that idea. There's so much on this map right now. Arguably, I should just take what I've got and leave, though. Because it looks like the spawn rate's really not going to play ball with me making the money I need. Unless I think I can find a Shrine of Blood. No, I think I'm just going to take our 4 and bail. So we get higher up before the timer goes too far. No, we landed on money. The only thing is, since I didn't go look around for the Halcyon Shrine, I'm assuming I won't have the opportunity to go to that other path. Because I'm willing to bet the Halcyon Shrine... Well, the Halcyon Shrine, obviously, is the way to open that path. And I'm betting it only spawns in stage 1. because you basically like choose your path at the start. But what we might be able to do is loop and then go hit the Halcyon Shrine and loop 2 and see how that plays. Yeah, there's always a chance. It just never actually follows through. How's it going? You're right. I never thought people would get blue balled with rain, but well, here we are. Fire Lemurians, huh? Well, that's less than ideal, actually, now that I think about that. Since my setup is closer in than it was before. Yeah, I feel your pain on that one. It's almost September. Hopefully, when September starts, the temperature will stop being pain. I have a bad feeling about that one, but I'm hoping. Probably more coping than hoping, but you know. It varies here. Hey, there's Snork. Like, we've had a couple years here and there where it stays, like, midline into the winter, and I'm like, that's fine. As long as it doesn't stay 90 Fahrenheit into winter, I'm fine with that. I'll even take 80 at this point. And that's a horrifying statement for me to make. Like 70s and 80s feel nice with how often it's been 90 degrees at this point this year. Get me out of the icebox. There we go. Much as I would rather throw myself into the icebox in real life right now, I can't afford to be in it right now. I'm in the game. I don't need more war banners. I didn't even need the first one, but I didn't like the other choices either. No, Jade Elephant won't help me that much. I'd rather keep the radar in case we do go somewhere new and I might be able to find something interesting. Like, I know there's the buttons here, but I never remember where they are, and I can't be bothered to go chase them down. What the hell's this? On hit, enemies are knocked back into the air. Okay, that's kind of neat. Presumably that's on them hitting me, considering we just hit him and he didn't go into the air. Like, I could see a whole set of plays going off of that. Titan again, huh? Where is he? They keep spawning it away from me. They know what's gonna happen if it spawns next to me. Not the water, no! I mean, in a situation like that, the water being death makes actual sense. But it's unfortunate that another permadeath run is, well, died. And that's the end of that Titan. That was a little dicey. Yeah, as long as you're improving each time, I suppose it works out. I don't really need another red whip. I don't need to be going faster out of combat. I need faster in combat so I don't get hit. Well, it'll have to do. I could always try turning it into green scrap, but I don't think that's worth going for because it might scrap. Well, actually, I don't even remember how the scrappers work well enough to know whether I can pick what I scrap or not. Because I so rarely use them. let's hit up the rest of the boxes now that we have money. I mean, maybe just take a light day. Don't not do anything, but like, don't do as much. Yeah, so far everything's fine. Congested and tired, but I'll get over it. Neither of those factors are gonna change. Yeah, exactly. Make sure to hydrate appropriately with the heat. And those box indicators were just the things I've already done. Well, guess we're leaving then. It's like there's the printers, but they just don't help me. Well, yes, some things are difficult no matter how long you do them. That's true. At least it's over with quickly. I suppose at that point one of the hardest parts is actually starting it. As with many things. Rally point Delta. And look at us go. Nyum. Okay, I mean, you're halfway there. That's pretty good. Okay, each time I hit the wrong button, it cuts the time down. It doesn't, like, reset it, it just cuts the time. Okay, that's actually pretty fair. That was one of the few times I've actually hit the wrong button. Usually I just take it a little slower rather than hitting wrong buttons. There we go. Well, bear in mind, I don't think that's the expectation for when you start doing that training. I think that's something you're supposed to be building up to. And almost every one of these training regimens aren't a universal thing. You modify it to suit what you actually need. And what you can handle. Well, yeah, it's still pain either way. Just, you know, manage and meter your pain. I definitely cleared that fence, but okay, game. What? Oh. You got me with that one, game. Okay. So there was an explosive device there. I didn't hit it, but the enemy that shot at me hit it and blew me up. And apparently that was enough to kill me. Because I purposely stepped around a bit to try to keep my orbs away from the barrels. But then I saw the red line pop up and then the explosion. I'm like, well, I know what happened there. What a shame. I'm gonna keep the orbs for one more run, but I think I will go back to the fists afterwards because the healing is a bit safer. And then I might go back to one of the old characters for a little while if we don't unlock one of the other new ones. So I think I've learned what I'm gonna learn with this one at this point. I mean, Not really. Just about every survivor has a starting fairly shallow HP pool. There are items that will give me more max health, but I have to, you know, have them show up. Arguably one of the most durable ones is one of my preferred choices, which is Loader, who generates shield every time they hit something. That's probably about your best, like, guaranteed durability. Yeah, arguably, as far as base kit goes. But it's much like the orbs here in that you have to be close and you have to take a risk. Well, bear in mind, something with a massive HP pool would kind of trivialize a lot of the things in this game. Like, this game is not really meant for you to tank your way to victory. That's just not how it's designed, generally. Like, obviously, some of them are going to have more max health. Like, I don't remember what all the totals are offhand, because I don't play often enough anymore to have that knowledge offhand. Like, I'm pretty sure this one's about on par starting max health wise with, like, the mercenary, who's kind of flimsy. Same with the artificer. And you do gain more max health every level you get. So you can build up to it even without finding items. It just takes some doing. And if things go sideways early, well, enjoy being made out of paper mache, because that's all you're gonna be. Shit, there we go. Let's see, what do we got this time? Beetle Queen, another thing I can use the orbs on pretty well. Yeah, I think the orbs do have durability, because they disappeared again, like, immediately upon contact with the boss. There we go. That is definitely a really strong boss killing move, though. Just because of how constantly you can keep the damage on them. Like, it's not gonna work out later or consistently, but man, for an early Eon move, it is quite nice. We are getting eaten alive, though. Once again, really making me wish I had my healing punch. Yeah, because you really don't heal much at all from that. I think it needs to hit things for it to heal. Or it only heals others and doesn't heal me. I haven't really paid enough attention to notice. Been a little too busy usually when I use that. For those unfamiliar, by the way, I have to wait for the teleporter to charge in order to open things. Because once the teleporter event's activated, everything's locked up until it's charged. In case people wonder why I just sit there even though I have the money to buy things. Okay, leeching seeds will be pretty good. That gives me life steal. That'll actually go very nicely with the orbs, because then I'll be healing and getting shield. That's like exactly what I needed, pretty much. Let's see if we can find the Halcyon Shrine this time. It means staying here longer than I would like to, since we've pretty much grabbed enough items, but I do want to see more of that progress. I mean, I wish I could disagree with some of the accuracy of that statement. Given the choices I make, I can't in good conscience disagree with that completely. there's a bunch of stuff. You weren't expecting me to agree with that, were you? You should know by now that I will always be honest about that. Like, I would not necessarily call it liking and suffering, but I am definitely one to put my head through a brick wall. That is 100% accurate. Fair. I guess the Halcyon Shrine just didn't spawn? Question mark? Because it's a pretty big pole. You'd think I'd spot it. It's possible I missed it somewhere, but I don't think I did. Well, rip. Because that was the majority of the map. And I think if it was in the other part, I would have seen it from where I was traveling, so... It might just be, like, tucked behind something somewhere, of course, because sometimes stuff spawns weird, but... Oh, well. I will say, though, if it has a chance to not spawn like it's seeming like, and the DLC path is completely reliant on that, and it doesn't spawn in any other stages, that's kind of poopy. If it's just a matter of I didn't see it or it spawned somewhere weird, that's fine. But if it just has a chance to straight up not spawn, that's not great. Because we're now 2 for 2 on not seeing it. In addition to basically a 2 out of 3 in testing before. Ooh. On low health, explode and teleport away a short distance. That could actually be really good. Or it might teleport me off a cliff. Part of me is honestly looking forward to the time where it teleports me off a cliff, just because it'll be really funny. Ideally, while I'm playing this character, because I can recover from getting teleported off the cliff, so we can have the ha-has without me getting fucked, but, you know. For the sake of comedy, I would certainly accept that happening regardless. Well, it's a heal, I guess. The problem with the foreign fruit is I've found 9 times out of 10, if I'm about to use it, I'm going to die by the time I press that button. Which is obviously because I don't use it soon enough. But, you know. It's one of those things. And yeah, pretty much. Yeah. That's pretty on target there. Fruit. There's nothing wrong with a heal on a 40-second cooldown, aside from it is a little bit long a cooldown for how fast you can get destroyed, kind of like we almost did there. But it's one of those things. This is actually getting really bad. This is getting really dangerous. Whew, if we didn't have all this shielding from the orbs, we'd be dead right now. Clean out some of the minion pile. Just leverage all that shielding for a moment to finish her off. There we go. And just sit there and durability through. I mean, that's honestly a good question, but do note the fact that the majority of her attacks involve summoning things. So it kind of fits into being a queen. Like, that's why there were so many of those beetles all over the place, for example. Is the spawn rate of those spikes hard when she's on the field. She summons those, like, poison bug things. And that's pretty much her main kit. So, it kind of fits into the whole thing. I would say, though, it's probably as much a thing of they just take Big Bug, call it a queen, because, you know, why not call it that when it's the bigger, scarier version of something, and then roll with it. Like, they could have just as easily probably called that the Beetle King, but then again, they would have probably wanted to change the moveset at that point to be more like the Beetle Guards. Sure. That's about the same as the other thing. Yeah, it was probably hard to tell with the mess that was happening on screen there, but that was the majority of what she was doing. All those, like, green auras and such you saw all over the screen. Because they basically, like, make poison fields. Getting that Aegis here, though, is huge, because we both have a healing ability in the form of the Wood Sprite, which will let us overheal. We heal from our Leeching Seed, and we already generate Barrier, so we actually have some good durability for a change. That's not really gonna last, because we are absolutely still going to get shredded when we fight the wrong thing, but it'll be fine. I should have opened that box before I dumped the money, but it's fine. And yeah, that's our beetle now. He's friend. He's almost certainly gonna get blasted a few times because I'm gonna reflexively see a beetle guard next to me and try to get rid of it. Because they're real dangerous, but he can't be hurt by me, so it's fine. Damn it. And this is why I don't use these, unless it's something I really, really wanted. I was trying to get rid of the Cautious Slug to get a crowbar. Instead, I lost my shield generator. Which is a shame. It's not a massive loss, considering we have our own barrier generation. There's a couple specifically really bad things, like those imps you're seeing run around, the teleporting red guys. They do a lot of damage, so they're a real scary thing to get caught by, especially the boss variant of these. Is the boss variant can demolish somebody with a ton of health pretty easily if it catches you just right. The Elder Lemurians, those really big fire-breathing lizards, are also a real bad candidate as far as things that will kill you quickly. It will rinse your health bar if it gets you with that flamethrower just right. Like, there's just a handful of very specific things that are super dangerous. Everything else is still dangerous, they're just more dangerous. Guaranteed crits wouldn't be bad, but what? No, I don't have quite enough. Now I have enough. Let's gamble on the question mark. This is actually good. I should not have stayed there that long, though, because I just got set on fire really badly. Oh, these are new. and I really don't like them. Go, my clone. Do all the things I do, but do them without any risk, because you are a clone. Yeah, the clone is honestly super good. Like, there's only like 1 or 2 characters you wouldn't really want the clone as badly on because it just doesn't use the abilities very well. Nope, I don't want any of those in comparison to summoning a clone. The only problem is the cooldown is quite long on it. Which is fine because it lasts a decent while usually. Do bear in mind, I have to spend health to fly past a certain point with that ability. That's why I suddenly started losing health hand over fist there. I just decided it was worth the risk to make the distance there. There's nothing else over here, huh? I don't really care enough about spawning the shop right now. On my knees. Oh, there's the teleporter over here, but I don't especially want that at the second. You know, I don't know how the equipment drone interacts with the clone. I feel like the equipment drone would not do anything useful with that. Because there are some equipment that the drone just cannot use appropriately. And I feel like it would just make clones of the drone, which would fly around and do nothing because it can't attack on its own. I don't know that for a fact, but I feel like that's true. And I wish these equipment drone spawns weren't on the opposite side of the map from where the equipment was. Because if the equipment was closer, I'd just go pick up some of the equipment that's over there and put it in the drones, but I'm not going to spend the time walking all the way down there and back again. Just have some equipment drones. Most of the equipment that was in those areas wouldn't be that great for the drone anyway. There's 3 equipment drones here? Jesus. Usually I only ever see like 1 equipment drone. Now there's 3 just in a pile. What a world we live in right now, I swear. If I could be bothered, that would be incredible with the right equipment. Like have a radar thing, 1 with saws, 1 with, I guess maybe the wood sprite? Sounds good, Snort, just don't overdo it. I should probably just activate the teleporter. It doesn't... I'm not finding... Oh, there we go. Every time I complain about it. Oh, and that's a nice thing that the more recent update did, by the way, is if you've seen the teleporter or if somebody pings it, it now keeps a permanent marker on the screen of where the teleporter is if you have the setting on for it. Which is quite nice, because I, for one, forget where the damn thing is even if I see it. Exactly. I know better. Yeah, no, these just wouldn't be that good in an equipment drone. Because the credit cards just cash back on things you buy in game, which isn't gonna help a drone. The leech is lifesteal, which doesn't help if you don't have anything that attacks. The only one that would be good enough for a drone would be the... Oh, I didn't have the environment log here. Well, that's a thing anyway. But yeah, the egg would let it turn into a fireball and fly around for a little while. And the fireball does do damage, I think? But it's better used as a traversal move, generally. So I don't think it would be that helpful for a drone that doesn't need to survive. Like, there's no impetus for the drone to survive, other than it would be convenient for it to survive. Okay, I've grabbed enough, I think. We're already gonna have double boss, which is potentially gonna be really bad. I don't want to take too much damage flying. Oh yeah, these guys exist. These are actually really bad for me right now, because without the punch, I don't have a great way of stopping them from just getting their Gatling guns spun up and ruining me. Ooh, actually, this could be... Yes, that one. Give me that. Let's go activate an equipment drone and then go grab our thingy. Because having a drone that flies around and fires black holes off will be somewhat useful. Compared to the other ones of just like, no, not really, eh. And at least it'll be a relatively fair fight, because it'll be 2 of me against 2 of the boss. And then everything that's fighting around us. Boop. This is exactly what I was afraid of, pretty much. Because these could really easily ruin me. So for those that don't know, not only do these fireballs they do really hurt and slow you down. Okay, there we go, we killed them. We're fine. I don't know what caused that huge spike in damage. I presume the clone did something. Maybe the black hole might have had an effect as well. But if they had gotten a chance to, they have a big lifesteal move they do that drains life from everything within a certain radius of them. If I didn't have my dash ready to get me out of there if they started doing that, we would have just been drank to death, and it would have sucked. It would have been awful. I have died that way so many times in this game. Because usually I'm not playing anything that has a counter to that, nor do I have something great like a free-to-use clone that just will go murder monster for me. Like, that went so much better than I could have asked it to. I'm just kind of waiting for the teleporter to finish charging. Because I don't think there's that much else left on this map for us. Because we kind of searched around a bunch. And without radar, I don't know where anything else would be, which... unfortunately could be literally anywhere. And there... Wow, that's just rude. Spawning me on top of an Elder Lemurian like that. Fuck you. See the amount of damage he just did by just spraying me with half of that? Half my health gone in an instant. Like, that's why those are so fucking scary. Like, obviously that's an elite one too, so he's a lot more powerful since he's got a modifier, which is why he's still not dead, even though he's been pulled away multiple times. Like, what I really should do is just get the hell away from here. But what I'm gonna do instead is summon the clone and deal with him, because I don't want him just showing up and screwing my day later. Apparently my drone has other ideas, though, and is sending him to hell. That works. You know what? Fall damaging him also works. Which, that's one of the fun things about the Primordial Cube, by the way, is just bashing things with fall damage by flying them away through the air. It's such a fun weapon. It's one of my favorite equipment items. And hey, we dealt with it. It's dead now, so I don't have to worry about it. There's gonna be regular ones that'll be respawning, but I don't see elite elders that often, so I'm kind of hoping we don't see any more of them. Arguably, I should have taken the fuel cell, but I saw it too late after seeing the quail, and I want the quail for dodging, so I don't have to burn my shift to avoid things. These antlers aren't half bad because they'll reflect damage. As long as we survive getting hit, they'll be useful. We can get some void items going. Whether they'll be useful void items or not is a whole other question. But it should be hard for the things to get out. Okay, that's actually good. Since we sprint around a bunch, and we certainly don't stand still, Weeping Fungus is probably like one of the best things I could have asked for out of that right now. Especially since we can use that healing with the Aegis. More max health. Like, you'll note, we started around 100 health and we have nearly 600 now. And we don't have that many things adding max health. So for those that were wondering about how that works out, this is how that scaling starts to look after a while. But you need to, you know, live to this point. Can't open that. Hello, volunteer to give me money. Not enough money. Oh wait, no, it is enough money. I thought that was 400, not 300. Oh good, another teleport me, eat potential death move. Good, good. This is the wonderful thing about having allies, though, is they're making money for me. I don't know where my drone is. Oh. He's over there. He's off causing trouble. Somehow surviving just fine. Is there a problem, Snork? Come on, drone. I'd rather keep it with me so it can potentially peel problems off of me. I'm surprised this Beetle Guard's still alive. He's been at like no health the whole time. Well, that was a dangerous idea that would have gotten me killed if I didn't have the unstable transmitter, so I'm glad I have that. I stood still too long trying to use that move, so the Lemurians would have killed me if I hadn't teleported. Yee. The good news is the damage reflection wrecked them. Okay. That's good. Yeah, I have been known to give decent advice that I don't listen to on occasion. Nope, getting out of here. We've already risked enough in that mess over there. We have all the money we need to buy everything we can find. We just need to find it. Ooh, there we go. Ceremonial dagger. Quite nice, quite nice. I mean, that does sound like improvement if you can do it without hurting yourself. But yeah, if it takes a week-long break after doing 8 minutes, it's probably not efficient to do it that way. It would be logical to do it in a more sustainable way so you can keep doing it. Again, logically, and I don't know enough about everything involved there to guarantee what I'm saying. there's so much stuff piled up in that one location there. I see the idea there, but I don't know if that's entirely healthy. Like, that seems like one of those, yes, theoretically it's healthy, but done even slightly wrong, very bad things transpire, or type deals. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was picturing. Seems risky. Speaking of risky, let's just go ahead and fight the boss at this point. I didn't realize I had activated my clone again, so that is potentially an issue. Because I had intended to activate it when we started this fight, but apparently I had activated it during that other mess. Probably panic click. Yeah, not gonna lie, it doesn't seem particularly effective to do something to test your limits only to be down for half the year, unable to continue your training. Like, you know, you do you, but that really just doesn't seem like the greatest idea. Kind of like that was. I needed to be faster about that in order to get away with that move. But I was doing that as much to avoid fall damage as anything, since the teleporter put me all the way up there. But we had also outstayed our welcome anyway. Fair. You know, getting the intended result is one thing, but ugh. It just sounds like a really heavy trade-off. This, I think, is the new one of the new areas, though. This is either new in the DLC or new in one of those recent updates. I think this is the update one. Not sure. Yeah. I mean, too long and so long kind of both make sense in that sentence. So, either one would have worked there. I've definitely not been on this map before. This might have been the one that they added for the update that they added the Dead Cells skin for Mercenary with. Which worked out really nicely for me, because I really liked the Mercenary and I really did enjoy Dead Cells, so that's always good. Come on. It's really early to be seeing this many gups. I'm not used to them being stage 1 easy. Yeah. They're not too bad, they're just like super durable when you have nothing to work with. This would have actually been a great situation to still have the orbs for. So I could have just spun them through that pile and it would have cleaned up nice and easy. Well, it's not looking like I'm getting the items I want either. I'll go ahead and exchange for another bomb. There we go. Because those take any item of the same rarity and turn it into the item it shows. In this case, turning the Cautious Slug that I didn't want into another Time Bomb. Which, not something I super want either, but it's better for me than the Slug at the moment. And you can find those for every rarity too, though some of them are, as you might imagine, quite rare to see machines for. Like, I've even seen boss item machines, which continue to confuse me that they exist. But there are some boss items I wouldn't want, so it's not the worst thing to see that those do exist. You know, never fails. The more I say I don't want an item, the more more copies of it I'm gonna get. Okay, good. We did at least get the spawn of the altar here, which could potentially end really badly for me, because we are not particularly strong. But we'll make do. And I'll see if I can charge it all the way this time and see if that does something different. I say knowing full well that it's gonna be really risky to do this, but that's the fun part. Yeah, scale-wise that should balance out. Depends on what that thing's made out of, though. These are alien blobs we're talking here. They might not be as affected as we might expect. Rage with the shrine. Extend the power. I like these guys, even though they're upsetting to deal with. They're really cool. Ow. Case in point, he stabbed me in the face again. Ah. A dodo would be an interesting one. Now, I think since I got knocked around, I got knocked out of the range of it, so it canceled early again anyway. Damn it. Then again, there was a lot of stuff in here with knockback, so there really wasn't much avoiding that. It's a real shame that dodos are extinct. But then again, since they've been extinct for so long, I don't think anybody really knows anything about them. And either, so... Nothing concrete, considering, you know, I don't think anybody alive has experienced a dodo. Okay, we're back at the reformed altar. Ooh. Maybe this is what I needed. 30% soul. Okay. I don't know what that did. Looks like it cut a 30% of my max health out. Well, yeah. Which honestly checks out for how they ended up extinct. Anything with no survival instinct tends not to survive very well. Ignoring the fact that lemmings continue to exist. Or do they? Are lemmings extinct? I don't actually know. Now that I think about it, I don't actually know the answer to that, I thought. Because it's not something I've needed to think about. Let's see, what else is around here? Because presumably that Shrine of Soul is important or something? So I'm pretty sure I saw it listed on some item challenge or something somewhere. There's the teleporter up there. We're gonna lose like the rest of our difficulty meter time here. Because I want to look around again. Once again, wishing I had gotten radar here. Wait. Aha, this looks important. I need a cautious slug, an infusion, and a steak to finish the order. Okay, this is what I need for the chef. I just need to finish this order, so I need to get a steak and an infusion. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is as long as it's a sustainable pace for their species, then it would work. I just don't... I don't understand that entirely. Like, obviously, from a population management standpoint, it makes perfect logical sense. Just for that to develop naturally is an interesting concept. That healing drone is not being very helpful considering he's just chilling inside a wall. That's not a steak. There's a very real possibility where we might be SOL on completing that order. But at least I know what to do now. I just need to fill out that order that exists there, and we'll be in business. Retrieve my healing drone. Or not. I was too late. Well, that's a shame. For those wondering why I didn't realize it was dead, my microphone's right where its health bar would be, so I couldn't tell if it was gone or not until I took a closer look. I don't know if it would take millions of years, but it would certainly take a while. It depends on what the impetus for the evolution is. Some things happen a lot faster because they're necessary to happen faster. Because, you know, that's how species get wiped out, is they need to adapt within a certain amount of time, and they don't. So it'd either be death or it would happen. So I suppose it would mostly depend on what change happened to make removing color vision be beneficial. Because it would take a pretty significant change in our environment for a situation like that to happen. And it's not looking good for finding a steak and an infusion so far in this stage. Like, logic denotes they would make it possible to fulfill the order with what spawns in the stage, but not a guarantee. Well, I feel like if we do that, we have a lot of other problems to get through before we get to vision being a problem. Because, like, even if you black out the sun without destroying it or making it not generate heat in any way anymore, there's still a lot of things about the environment that are going to massively swing by virtue of no sunlight. Like, hey, you know all of those plants that rely on that light? Oh, what a shame that they'd all be gone now. Unless we artificially handle all of that. Which we have proven to be somewhat capable of doing, but not 100%. Like, it would involve some more developments in that regard before that becomes completely workable. Also, I'ma die now. I'ma definitely die now. There was so much shit down there, goddamn. Send help. Jesus. Why though? Fucking yikes. Oh, that's bad. That's gonna be bad. Yep. Yep, that's it being bad for me. Oh, okay, he's dead now. Oh, no, 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 no. The infusion I need. Okay, I just need to find a stake somewhere on this stage once the teleporter finishes charging. Then we can be a chef. Then all will be right with the world. What a shame to be giving up fucking infusion for a quest, but I'll do it, goddammit, if I can find a stake. Because for those wondering why I'm so attached to infusion, what it does is every few enemies you kill extends your max health. It's either every enemy or every few enemies. I don't remember exactly which, but it's a massive improvement to your survivability, usually. That's a knife. Knife achieves stake, but knife is not stake. I'm now more willing to run around the entire map looking for stake, since we have the only other thing we need. Which does further along the implications that it could in fact actually guarantee the items are on the stage somewhere. Or when it picks the items he wants. Which, I don't even know if it picks items for him or not. He might just only want those 3 items every time, since this is our first time encountering the mechanic. Wish I had a radar so I could tell where boxes were. But the only time we got it, we couldn't go here, 'cause things didn't work. Now there's another health box. There's a chance. Because those would be one of the best ones, odds-wise, for a stake. Nope, necklace. Sadness is life now. You trying to tell me there's just not a single bison steak on this stage anywhere? What's making that noise? There's like a noise somewhere around here. I don't think it's my drone. Unless they changed the sound for drones, which they might have. It would explain why the sound seems so weird about its positioning. Maybe this shop will have a stake in it. It did! Aha! We can get the chef. I just gotta find where that room was again, which I think was over here. Wait, no, this is where the soul thing was. The soul thing was here, then he's that way. Because we walked away from the soul thing when we found him. I think. It might be over this way then? Yeah, it's over there. I remember things. New character. Yay. Losing infusion. Sad. Da 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 da. There we go. Complete the walk's recipe in Reformed Altar. We did it. I figured it out. And now we go onward. Wah! Ooh. Why did I miss this box the entire time? The world may never know. Well, that's not gonna be great, but you know what? I'll take it. And we'll follow the green portal path again. I'm just happy to have accomplished something. Oh, hey, the encrusted cache. That one. Chance to collapse enemies on hit. Sadly, collapsing them doesn't make them, like, completely destroy themselves, but it's a handy thing to cause it to happen. Thank you. I'm glad I was stubborn and kept looking all up and down that map. Otherwise, we would have missed out on that and I would have had to come back there again. Which we're probably going back there again anyway, because we're probably gonna, like, repeatedly go through this path to try to do that at other stage that's in this path. Unfortunately, with how long we were there, I think this run might be SOL now. But that's not entirely a bad thing, because that means the sooner we die, the sooner we can become the chef. Ah. Not that I'm going to throw on purpose, but it means I won't be upset. Ah, yes, that's what I need. A machine that turns all of my items into things that can break and become useless. Yes, that seems like the perfect strategy. And by perfect strategy, I mean fuck off, game. Fuck off with that idea. Yeah, that giant red ball you see appear on them is them getting collapsed. Oh, good. Another dagger to turn into a tick. Perfect. Just obliterate all of them. We are getting strong enough that we can potentially make our way through. Really just depends on how badly we get devastated by lightning again. Though, don't we have another stage before we get to that part? I've already forgotten what the order on these stages are. Which is not a surprise because we only went through them once. And most of that run was kind of a blur. Yeah, well, we'll figure it out one way or the other. I don't know what that first item was. Not what I wanted. But I didn't want to wait any longer. I was going to potentially get something worse. I should have just immediately fired off on the thing I didn't know. Ooh, cube. I want the cube. There is potential over there. Because that's a dagger machine down there, I think. So if I turn all of any white items into daggers, they will then all turn into needle ticks. Which then allow me to do a lot of collapse effect. Which I don't know what stacking them actually does mechanically. Presumably it makes collapsing more likely. Okay. Well, that happened. Thankfully, we got out of that way better than we should have. is the amount of damage you take falling off the map, I think, is determined by how much fall damage you would take. If I remember right. Frozen. No, 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 no. Also, I just realized there's a second Beetle Queen. Also, no, 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 no. Still, focus one Beetle Queen down at a time. Okay, one's down. Now deal with the other one. Alright, Snort. Enjoy your meal and have a good one. Thank you as always for dropping by, and I will do my best to take care of myself as well. As it stands, probably not gonna go super long today, we'll see. Half the time I say that, it ends up not being true. Oh wow, our corpse disappeared and we just had items floating off the cliff. That's a thing. Wait, what did that email say? Hang on. I just saw a weird email pop up and I need to know. Let you guys read these while I look at that. Come on. Oh, wow. Okay, they're just starting that early. I just got the September email and I'm like, wait, why is that happening now? Apparently it is starting... It says it starts August 29th and goes to September 1st, which is kind of weird. Not very... I mean, no, through October 1st. Okay. So yeah, they're just starting September a couple days early. I don't think it's active yet because I didn't see anything on Twitch itself about it. But 25% off 1 month, 25% off of 3 months, and 30% off of 6 months is what the email says. So that's nice. So let's see. Boosting dice, throw as many cleavers in all directions, use again to recall all cleavers. I don't understand how the boosting works, but I'm sure we'll figure that out. Glazed enemies from our super take extra damage. We set things on fire. Okay. Charge the rolling pin, which we're using as a mono wheel to zoom around and we stun things. Okay. And that's where the glazing comes in. We throw oil around, which slows, weakens, and lets us do extra fire damage to them. Okay. I'm down for this. And complete 10 recipes by searing an oiled bison with sear. Okay, that's kind of fun. Okay. I'm kind of down for this. This guy seems a bit jank, but I'm kind of here for it. And I like the fact that if we actually cook them, we get healing items. That's pretty great. He seems super gimmicky, but fun. We'll see how fun he actually is. Because I know people in the reviews for the DLC were complaining about the fact that his basic attack makes attack speed builds garbage because he has to recall the cleavers. Seems fine to me, though. Oh, that's actually kind of neat, though. I can leave the cleaver out there. I kind of like that. Oh fuck. Yeah, there's another bot. Okay, the oil spray is actually pretty great. Backup magazines might actually be great for Chef. Give me more ability to set the world on fire. Who's the Elder Lemurian now, motherfucker? We're getting lots of healing items, too. You know, actually, that's a point, actually. This DLC seems to be real great about characters that support their team. Because all those all those food items dropping also probably means I can heal my teammates with them, too. Beep beep. So far, Chef is a little weak here at the beginning. But that's not surprising considering he's gimmick character. Gimmick characters tend to start a bit rough. Especially since, you know, I haven't figured out the ideal way to use any of this yet. He's definitely got a range limitation. I love that he's holding a pizza cutter in one hand and a cleaver in the other, though. He doesn't seem to use the pizza cutter for anything, though, which makes me sad. But, like, his R only has a 10-second cooldown, so that's not bad. The flamethrower is only a 5-second cooldown, which is also pretty good. Getting cooldown reduction might be disgusting. Just like perma flamethrower. Like, so far I really like both the DLC characters. They're both enjoyable. Like, I'm betting the people that were complaining are probably like the deep in like meta players probably didn't like him because he's, you know, not top tier probably. And oh no, boo-hoo, character that's fun, but not a best character in game. Ah, tragedy. What do you mean you put a fun thing in the video game? That's not what video games are for. Wah. I'm of course giving them shit for no reason right now because I don't know that that was the problem. But it entertains me. You know what though? Playing the chef actually really reminds me of the chef character from Crafty Survivors, if anybody's played that. Because it's basically the same mechanic. Each of your cooking implements apply an effect that allows you to cook an enemy. And if you combine them, you do good things. Not that that's a unique concept, but that's where I saw this concept done before. And there's only so many ways you can really make a chef character in a meaningful and usable way. Let's see how well he does against a... Well, no, I wanted to go the green path, so I guess we'll continue going the green path. We'll see how well he does against mass enemies, I guess, instead. Like, he's got some pretty good range on those cleavers if you let them fly. But I appreciate that you can recall them at any time as well. Like, it gives you options. And y'all know me, I'm all about options. Like, his minion clearing is actually pretty good. Like, we rinsed that whole pile that was here. I should have done that in the other order, but that's fine. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay, he actually kind of... His charge works the same as Maltese Dash does, basically. You can go back and forth through an enemy multiple times, because you have some decent speed control. Uh-oh. Free me. Chef has done nothing wrong. Free him. That one. Because he's doing pretty good at killing multiple things in quick succession so far. Yeah, no, I'm kind of down for this. I'm kind of down for Chef. I remember, I think Chef was in the first game as well. but I don't remember ever using Chef. Because I don't think I ever unlocked him in the first game, even though I had played it a decent bit. I was never very good at it because the first Risk of Rain was really difficult. Like, that was a super... run either go real well or go real bad game. Like, in a harsher way than this is. Like, a lot of runs end on stage 1 for the first game. It's like, oh, you didn't get usable items? Well, that's a shame. Guess you'll die. And, like, of course, people that played it way more than I did and got way better at it than I did probably will say different. But the majority player result was get bad item, get dead. It doesn't seem like I can throw all 3 of my cleavers and then recall them. Seems like it's one at a time, so I'm not sure why it even has charges. But maybe I'm not understanding. Like, I feel like there's something I'm missing with the cleaver, even though it's doing pretty well. Something about it's not quite hitting. Yeah, use again to recall. And it does extra damage on the return trip, which is nice. So I am kind of a sucker for boomerang skills. I do really enjoy those. So I always enjoy the... Aha! I've brought my weapon back through you. You didn't see that one coming, did you? Is like I can maneuver myself around and pull it back in a different direction more than the angle I threw it to begin with and things like that. Which is just fun. The chef can summon a soda machine. That honestly feels right. Not gonna use it really much probably because you have to pay for the soda still and you have to be near the soda machine. But it's not a bad item, it's just not a great one. All these focus crystals we're getting is really making me lean toward using the flamethrower, since it does extra damage to things that are close to me. Just like oil up the boss and then nuke it with flames. The only problem with the flame breath thing is it really does feel like just the Artificer's flamethrower again. Which isn't bad, but it's just like, you know, you could have done something else more exciting with that probably. But there will be alt skills, so it'll be fine. They just gotta figure out what those are gonna be. Also, the way we just demolished that boss, again, very reminiscent of the Artificer's flamethrower. Though this is arguably a worse version of it, is you have to be even closer, since he aims it downward a bit. Again, I enjoy it and I see no problem with it, but this is the realistic answer of what it is. Okay, so the more of those effects we place on them, the stronger the healing item is we get, it looks like. Because we were starting to see some larger heal items there. Wow, that gets some distance. I wanted to see how far it went and whether I could hit the wisps with it. And the answer is yes to both. Like, I really am enjoying the chef. The chef is very silly and very fun. Knife. Knife. What do you have? A knife! No! What about a flamethrower? Also no! I don't think the cleaver needs charges. But again, I might just be confused. It's like I'm having a hard time finding a way to throw multiple of them. Because it said something about a boosted cleaver throwing knives all around you. But I don't know how to make that happen. Also, I'm gonna do something stupid. How about max damage chef? Like, this is a bad idea. This is 110% a really bad idea in the making here. Okay, that's actually pretty much perfect. I wanted to keep the killing enemies in quick succession one. And now we have 9 focus crystals. The flamethrower is gonna be a nightmare. Chef, use flamethrower. Wow, that's actually nowhere near as effective as I thought it was gonna be. That's kind of depressing. Then again, that wasn't elite I was hitting with it. Speaking of, cook that fire elite right now, or he's going to kill me. If it weren't for my healing drone and the healing items we're getting by cooking, we would have died there. No questions, no notes, just death. Oh, I thought I could get over... Huh. I gotta go over there to get over there. Over there to over there. Do 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 do. Knife. 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 God, those things hurt so much. Rolling pin away. Yeah, I'm gonna have to study this character a bit. Because there's definitely depths here that could make him even better. And that I'm just not understanding. Cooking another bug, huh? Okay. I did that in the wrong order again. Oh, I fell off. Uh-oh. Okay, we're okay. I just cooked a corpse, but, you know, that's fine. Like, look at how far that goes. I feel like a really good chef player is actually, like, super helpful. Oh, and very devastating. But the average player is gonna have an awful time with chef, probably. Like, maybe not an awful time, but they're gonna have difficulty. And that's probably why so many negative reviews relating to the chef. But I see potential here. I see potential in the little cook man. Like, if I could just get, like, the modified fuel cells as well, so that I could get extra charges of the glaze. Oh, there's potential. There's such potential. Just think, a bunch of backup magazines so I can flamethrower more, a bunch of those fuel cells so that I can glaze more, and we just keep pairing those back and forth and just motor through everything around us. It's a perfect situation, which means it'll never really happen outside of the way you can pick your own items, which I don't have the artifact for. or so I can't really demonstrate that at the minute. Like, I will admit, I do see a potential for a consistency problem with Chef. Like, I don't know how consistent good Chef play is going to be, barring really figuring this character out. This stage, though, might be the antithesis of Chef. This Chef is kind of slow. I think we're gonna need to get some movement items if we're gonna go to that stage with him. So, was I missing something about... Right. Okay, combo your skills to create the perfect meal. Enemies killed utilizing 3 or more skills drops food. So that's why it was working. It doesn't have to be specific things. What is this about boosting dice? What is... It's like it says boost up there, but it doesn't say boost anywhere in the description over here. Like, is that just an incomplete thing? Does that not actually exist yet? Because people were saying there was a lot of buggy things and things that seemed incomplete in the DLC, and if that's true, then that might be a reality for that particular move there, and that's why it has a tooltip that doesn't exist. Now, because these all have boost on them too, but how do you boost? Hang on, I'm curious. I don't see... Huh. Yeah, the general consensus is there's an issue with it currently. Is even the trailer apparently showed multiple cleavers being thrown. People are getting real pissy about it, which, you know, people of course will get pissy in Steam discussions about things. As it stands, I think it's fine. I do think clarity on the boosting mechanic would be a really important thing to do for them. This way you can actually boost. And it may just be that the boosting mechanic just doesn't work currently. I'm not sure. But I do still think the chef's an enjoyable character. I think I'll take him down the normal path this time and see how well he handles. 'Cause I think unless I get movement items, going down that path with the lightning strikes is just gonna be death again. But But there being a mechanic that's not working would make perfect sense for why the boost mechanic, why the 3 charges for the cleaver is what it is. I would still say, though, that the majority of, based on what I'm seeing, the majority of the anger people are showing towards the DLC and things like that is an overreaction. Which, there's been too damn much of that in a decent amount of time. I was gonna say lately, but no, it's been that way for a little bit now, where people massively overreact to things not being the way they want them to be. Like, would it be better if things were in an ideal state? Yeah. Not gonna happen, though. It's just not how shit works. And I will say, I do think that the price for this DLC might have been better served being a little lower. I think 15 is a bit much for what this DLC's brought to the table so far. But it really depends on the quality of the last character. And it did bring a whole new map path, so there's that. And a decent amount of items. And it is one more survivor than we got in the Void DLC, I think. Because I forget if Railgunner was part of that DLC or not. It's been long enough since I got that DLC that I genuinely don't remember. Recycler, huh? Okay. In fact, actually, let me look. Before I say statements like that, let me double check to make sure I'm not talking out of my ass on that one. And see exactly what... Actually, yeah, because Survivors of the Void was $15 as well. And yeah, Railgunner and Void Fiend were the DLC characters. Got a bunch of Void items, some Lunar items, normal items, yep. Which, that's the thing, I think, that makes the price parity actually fair then. I thought this was cheaper, but I think it was because I picked it up on discount and it's currently on discount. The fact that this added that whole Void mechanic entirely, I believe, makes it make sense. Meanwhile, this one, of course, added an additional character in comparison, and then the other path. So no, I think that's actually a reasonable price for it then. I would prefer it to be lower, but it's at least price parity with the previous DLC. So I'd say that's fair. And for how long they've been supporting this game, I can't necessarily agree entirely with the camp of, well, it should just be free content. It's like, well, they've been making this game for a while now. I can't help but feel that they do kind of need to get some more money back for the amount of work they've been putting into it. I don't feel like both of them necessarily needed to be DLCs, but it's fine. Long distance cleaver hits are not the easiest thing. The travel time makes it a little tricky. Oh, I can do both of those. Okay. Hang on. Wait, hang on. I just had a thought. No, that doesn't work. Okay.
I thought maybe for a moment there that the boosting mechanic was tied to the charge move. Because that would make a degree of sense why they would then call it boosting, is while you're boosting with the rolling pin, you use your other moves. That clearly isn't entirely the case, at least. So it's hard to say on that one. But I will say, he is definitely lacking in the mobility category. So getting Hapu feathers and things like that are going to be really important. Is we have no vertical movement to speak of, which is why I was happy to trade to get the molten egg, so we can at least get up ledges. But in terms of being able to dodge attacks using verticality, we got fucking nothing. And even the rolling pin shift is not super fast. I could definitely do with seeing that have a bit more move speed added to it. But it would then, of course, get harder to control too, and it is a bit much to ask for a rolling pin to go faster. But this is just my thoughts of like, what would I want out of upgrades for this? Oh hey, ask and ye shall receive. There's a Hapu feather. And I think part of it, though, is just the stark contrast between playing the Seeker, who has pretty good mobility, to going to the Chef, who doesn't have as much mobility. And I'm usually very much playing the mobility characters. Stone Titan, huh? Hard to cook stone, but I'll figure it out. Like, the fact you can attack while rolling is not bad. Because that actually gives us a way to move and fight in a better way than we were otherwise. And more or less all the incidental enemies around us are turning into healing, which makes him capable of surviving in a situation like this where he doesn't have the mobility he would otherwise need to dodge to survive. He can just feed himself the whole time. Which kind of lends itself to a more interesting durability to a degree. Like, it's a dangerous durability to try to manage, but it works. Because we really don't have any items that are giving us that much durability to speak of. So he's definitely risk-reward in that regard. As it stands, I'm probably not going to see the third DLC character, because I'm betting it's tied to getting through that lightning area. At the very least, I'm not going to see that third character unless I switch off of Chef. Which we'll probably do some runs of the new content with some of our old favorites as well. I don't think anybody else got any new secondary options or anything. At least none that I recognized. Which, that still bothers me a little bit. I feel like with how much time there's been, you'd think more characters would have gotten more alt abilities by now. Like, obviously they take time to work on, but it seems like they've been focusing on making more DLC and putting out more new survivors than fully fleshing out what they had. Which, that's not entirely a bad thing. Like, it's a very yes and no at the same time situation with that one. Let's see if we can get away with this. I'm curious. Oh yeah, if it's just another one of you, I'm probably fine. There's only one this time. And we've demolished him. There we go. This way we get a nice early capital boost. And we can go open up all the things. Okay, that only works that way around though. Okay. Good to know, good to know. I have to activate the booster first and then use the attacks. Otherwise, they cancel the wrong way. Oh, Neural actually is going to be great here. Give us a little bit more longevity to give us a chance to actually pick up our healing items. Chap, 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 chap. Though it doesn't seem like the needing 3 skills thing is accurate. We get small healing items when we use 2. So it really feels like a bunch of description stuff might need to be cleaned up a little bit too. I don't know, that might just be me reading things wrong too. So I don't think that's the case in that particular one. At the end of the day, though, Chef might become part of my main rotation. Seeker I was already planning on putting into my main rotation, but I might leave Seeker out. I don't know. I still need to think a bit more on that one. As good as a lot of Seeker's abilities are, that R is really only particularly beneficial in team play. And I can't even 100% guarantee it's gonna be that useful there either. Like, when I first used it, it felt like it was very impactful and useful, and ever since I've run into so many other situations where it gets me killed. That's not to say there aren't plenty of moves on all of the other characters that have gotten me killed. But I try to stay away from those for the most part. But I do think as they put out new abilities for both of these, they're going to really start to come into their own and shine more. It's just a shame that they really didn't give them much in the way of alternate abilities at the start for them. And I'm not the happiest, actually, that the Chef's alternate ability right now is a replacement for Glaze. I'm liking Glaze so far. I would have actually rather a replacement for either the Flamethrower or the Cleavers. Even though I like both of them, some variety there would be probably better for him as a character. And, like, honestly, something other than the rolling pin would actually be a good idea too, but the rolling pin is probably going to be the only shift ability he's going to get anytime quick. Because I can't even think of an alternate shift ability, really. Whereas you could have his alt basic ability be a melee attack, because there's precedent for that, and already for the character. so that's not hard. He would just like start spinning and attacking with both blades or something. That's not really that big a ask. And it keeps him in line with his other abilities as well, since the flamethrower is pretty close in. And he has a charge move, so it would work well as far as rushing in to get within range to use it as well. The alternate for the flamethrower would be the question mark. I'm not really sure what you'd put there. Maybe some kind of like seasoning spray move, but again, that starts getting really into the comparisons between this and Crafty Survivors as far as the chef character goes. Not that that's a comparison I think too many people will worry about, because I don't think that many people know that that game exists. Or care. Which is a pity, because that too is also a very good game. Just not the majority of the players' cup of tea, probably, because it's another Vampire Survivor style game with a few extra bits stacked on top. What was that machine again? What do you do? No. There. Teddy bears. No. Technically, I probably should, but I'm not going to. Because what little damage bonuses I have is tied to my gray items right now. Oh, for the most part. So if I trade that out for teddy bears, I'm gonna be very reliant on my kit's base abilities. And I'm not really committed to that. We also took way too long on this stage, so we might be in a dodgy position here. Well, there went that plan. Part of the reason I went on the base path was to find more bison, because I was hoping we'd end up on the ice stage where the bison would be prevalent. Instead, we're here. So that's not exactly what I wanted. Hot, hot, hot fire, hot fire, hot fire, hot, 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 hot. Jesus. I looked up and just died. I don't even know what hit me. Apparently it was the Greater Wisp that was infected with the Void, but I didn't see him shoot unless there was another one. Which there probably was. Yeah, because yeah, I have to complete 10 recipes searing an oiled bison. And I do want to know what that ability is. I'm genuinely curious. But I did say I would only do that one with Chef and then switch just so we have some variety. Because yeah, that existed, that existed, that existed, and I'm still never doing it. Yeah, I think everybody got new skins because of Prime Meridian. But they didn't add new abilities much. Which is the unfortunate thing. Characters need more abilities, damn it. Like, Huntress is almost done as far as a row of abilities goes. She just needs a second secondary. Same with Commando just needing another primary. Bandit just needs another utility. Another utility, another primary. But like, it actually only just needs a primary too, because the misc skill throws off that line. No alt abilities at all. But then again, they technically have a full set of split abilities because of the transform. So technically, that is why that is the way it is. I just want more options. That's all I want. Options. Yeah, I'll dust off the mercenary. Yeah, we'll stick with that. Is the mercenary should be fast enough to get through that electric area is the idea. Oh, there we go. This, I think, is the DLC first stage. I might be wrong about that, but I never saw this one until I bought the DLC, so theoretically. I don't know if this is a good idea to activate immediately, but I'm doing it. Oh, of course, they're just marching right out of the circle on me, though, which is gonna be a pain in the butt. Yeah, no, this was a really bad idea to do straight away. Like, I'm just getting chip damage to death right now. Oh, I think it's based on us getting money while we're in here. That's what's charging that. Oof. Yep. Nope, that was too greedy. I should not have just dove straight in there. That was a bad idea. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Blacked out. What happened? What are you looking at? You're just looking up there for some reason. That'll work. Not really a gunner drone that I wanted. I thought that was a healing drone because I didn't read the text. That's entirely my own fault. I just went, ooh, drone, give, save life. No? Uh-oh. It was very unfortunate, all things considered. Please be useful. Well, I asked for useful, and I did get useful. Just not what I was hoping for. I think I should have asked for damaging. Well, you know, you get what you get when you don't ask for the correct thing. Speaking of asking for the correct thing, this is a terrible idea. Push his button anyway. Why am I getting all these Shrines of the Mountain when I'm playing Mercenary and I have no good items? Because, like, we saw a Shrine of the Mountain next to the Halcyon Shrine I died to as well. It's kind of crazy. They really want me to have more durability, apparently, and you know, the way the last run went makes nothing but sense why they'd want that for me. But if I can't kill anything, nothing will happen. And then I'll just die anyway. Well, boop. Just keep swinging, just keep spinning, just keep freezing. Wait, no, that's not right. I was out of range and I'm a fool. I suppose I should put a motion sickness warning on this part, huh? Wah! Well, guess it's too late to worry about that now. Everybody that was going to get sick is probably already sick. Just keep doing the same set of moves until you die. Do, 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 do. Okay. Death marks again? Okay. Oh, the other one's under the butt. Give me that. Problem is, I don't know if we're gonna get enough debuffs for the death marks to really work. Because, like, expose counts as a debuff, I think. So we have that going for us, but we have literally no other debuffs at the moment. Like, bleed would count as a debuff. I mean, I don't suppose counts as is the right word there, but you know what I mean. If we could get collapse, that could work, but then we wouldn't have bleed because we'd be trading for the corrupted version of the dagger. I'm actually having trouble thinking of other debuffs we can get from items off the top of my head. I think there's an item that can give you weaken. We could technically get armor break, but the odds of that aren't great. Fuck, I don't actually know the debuffs offhand very well at all, other than the ones that come from character skills. None of which are currently here. Is this... Okay, I was about to say, is this just like a very barren version of this map? Like, Jesus, where's all the stuff? RNG's angry today. Like, we had, I think, one time where RNG was friendly today, and that was about it. All the rest of these runs have been like, haha, fuck you. Which is pretty much what I'm used to from this, so I really shouldn't be shocked in that regard. There is a item that I've seen, by the way, that raises the odds of good stuff out of chance shrines now. As in, not that. What is this? I don't even know what that item is. Give me one of those. Warped Echoes. Split incoming damage. What does that mean? What do you mean split incoming damage? Split it between what? I don't know if I understand. Wait, actually, on that note, where is he? Wisp. Yo, hit me. Explain how this works. No, not him. Me. You're bad at your job. Fuck you. Want to test taking damage in a vacuum, and no, the thing wants to shoot at the stupid drone that's moving, not the guy who's standing still staring at him. Fucking drones, fucking wisps, frazzin' stupid AI. Not doing what I tell it to. Like, I know somebody standing there screaming, "Shoot me," throws a lot of red flags, but come on now. I was also debating turning off the void stuff just so we see guaranteed more of the items from this DLC, but I don't know. I feel like that also cuts out a lot of the variation in this game. Like, not a ton of the variation, but every variation you cut out starts changing the situation. And then I don't get those fun void bubbles to risk my life in either. Okay, the power spin to win might be here for us. I feel weird having multiple gunner drones. I usually don't buy them because half the time they go stupid and go hide in a corner. Well, not so much hide as get stuck, but you know what I mean. Oh, I think that thing that was swirling around me was the damage split it was talking about. I think it takes a portion of the damage and, like, delays it a second. That actually... Ooh, actually... A concept. Ooh, a concept, actually. Because, if you think about it, if you split the damage that you're taking, A, damage reduction might come into play twice, which could be really good depending on how it's calculated. 2, it means presumably your on damage effect triggers twice, which could be great, depending on how they code it, because it depends on what the source of the damage technically is for whether that would work. Is arguably, since it's an item on you that's splitting the damage, the argument could be made that you are dealing damage to yourself at that point, which would be really bad if on damage effects triggered off of that then, because you'd be triggering your on damage effects on yourself. So say damage reflection might reflect damage in a weird way upon yourself again. And that just leads to all kinds of messy spaghetti code death. Which, that's a sentence. I'd ask my own brain if it's okay, but I know the answer to that question, and it's not an answer I really want to think about. Let's see, all the other items were over here, I think. The ones that we had seen before. Not that there's that much left over here, but I want to clean up. We can also get another one of these damage splitting things. I don't even know what stacking these does. Presumably it would split more of the damage, question mark? Like, that's an item I might actually have to look up just so I understand what it actually means. But the big ticket idea in my mind for splitting damage is it means you're a lot less likely to get one-shot by something, because you have a few seconds before the full damage is dealt to you. Because, like, it looks like it stops the initial hit from hurting you, and then inflicts the damage in 2 steps afterwards, basically. In fact, one of you throw a fireball at me. See all of those things forming around me? We do take some of the damage still, straight up, and then it's split around us as well. It's a really interesting idea. Like, I'm actually all for that mechanically because it's really interesting. It's just gonna take time to fully wrap my head around how exactly to use it in my favor. Another backup magazine? Spin to win might be in full effect here, kids. My god. Spin! Like, all I need is that last backup magazine, and then I should be able to, like, infinite spin. Because by the time I'm done spinning, the next one will be off cooldown. To a point, anyway. Depends on how fast I spam them. Let it rip. And I know it's not necessarily a great strategy. I just like it because it's fun. And it can be decently effective in some situations. It's just not a brilliant idea necessarily. Speaking of things that aren't a brilliant idea, fighting this fucking thing. But unfortunately, I don't have a choice. Thankfully, with all these spins, I can stay airborne pretty much indefinitely. So his fireball move is useless. This is the scary thing, though. Him using the lifesteal. He's gonna get a lot of health back from the enemies around him. But the important thing is we needed to not have him drain us dry, or we would just be screwed. Didn't want to go that high. There we go. Job done. Yeah, I've kind of gotten fighting that thing down to a relative science, especially when I've got a build I'm familiar with. Oh, that's a beautiful thing to see, though. Give me AoE lifesteal. I'm gonna get health by existing. That's part of why I really enjoy the spin build, is because of the fact that I can just yeet myself into the sky, because it has a very strange interaction with ledges for some reason. Like ramps and ledges, because you have such a gigantic momentum shift, chuck you to space. Now, of course, we end up here when we're not the chef. We're also too late for the Prion accumulator to be guaranteed, so we can't have that either. Oof, ow, my bones. What is that? Well, I don't want it because I'd lose my Mired Urn, but I don't recognize it. I think it's from the construct. Ooh, oh my god, that's perfect. Secondary skill use increases primary skill's next attack. Oh my, yes, that is perfect for the spinning idiot build. Oh, Yes, please. That is the best news I could have seen out of a new item. The only way I would be happier is if it was something that just straight up increased secondary skill damage. Because now I spin 4 times, swinging for the fences. It looks like I don't have to hit anything with said spin either. Oh, this is a good day. Shield generator, yes please. A little bit of guaranteed protection for me. I'm trying to think though, who would actually benefit the most from something that takes your secondary skill and adds a damage boost to your primary from it? I'm trying to think of who really uses their secondary a lot before throwing their primary. I really can't think of anybody specific off the top of my head for that. Like, Loader would benefit a little bit, for example, from it, because you grapple and then punch. But it would only be the one use, so it wouldn't really stack. I mean... No, because usually it's primary into something else for a lot of people. So, it's kind of backwards in that regard. I'm not really sure. I'm not sure who the particular use case is for that. Is like taking the DLC characters into account for this, because I'm pretty sure this is a DLC item. The Seeker doesn't have a lot of uses of their right click, so that's not really super important. And the Chef's right click is the flamethrower, which is again only going to get used once before you use your primary again, most likely. Again, the only real use case for that item getting much benefit is if you have a bunch of backup magazines like we do right now, and a secondary skill that you can spam. At least the only use case for getting maximum bang for your buck. And I might be, like, getting this completely wrong. Maybe there's something I'm forgetting, because there are multiple characters I don't use that much. I don't remember if Acrid's spit is his right click or not. I thought it was a higher move than right click. I think it's his R. Unless this... No, this isn't the jump the right click? Bandit would actually work, because you could get a couple dagger hemorrhages off and then blast him with the shotgun. That could work. That could do scary damage. No, just fuck this guy in particular. Get off my tail. He was causing me too many problems. He needed to just go. Was that a waste of the accumulator? Absolutely. Did it satisfy me? Yes. It satisfied my anger toward that imp. Sir, stop it. I do like the lightning bolt effect you get from using it. That's fun. That's the opposite of what I need. But this does mean if we get the corrupted one, we have an extra one. I'm going into it. Oh. Ha, idiot. Wow, really? Call this the no chance shrine, because there's no chance of getting fucking anything out of it. Beep. This is gonna be bad, because it's on very hard now. Oh, this is gonna be worse, because it's Magma Worm. You know who I didn't want to see today? Magma Worm. Magma Worm's not terrible to deal with, but it's gonna take time. And the time's gonna be the biggest issue here. So I don't really have a good fast kill for Magma Worm as the Mercenary, at least not within how I play. Maybe there is one using one of the ult skills or something. Which I am still sad that I'm probably never going to get the ult R for the Mercenary, just because I don't think I'm ever gonna do the requirement for the Prismatic Trial. So I think that's the one where you have to beat a Prismatic Trial without going below half health. And people said there was a way cheated by, like, doing a trial that has Transcendence in it, so your entire health bar is shield. So you technically can't go below half health because you have 1 health. But that's a level of cheese that it's just like, then there's no real point in doing the thing then, because you've basically taken away the point of that thing in order to make it easier. But that also speaks to the bad viability of doing the challenge too. That people go to that length to be like, hey, here's a seed where this happens, just fuck doing the mechanic. Oh, that's not what I wanted either. Jesus. Because if they land any of those spike balls on me properly, I'm in fucking trouble. Thankfully, Spinning Idiot's kind of tailor-made in some regards for dealing with flyers, because we can just stay airborne. Little shit before he gets away. Because I need to kill the little void things before they get too far, or they'll just infect something else. Also, note the fact that our Delicate Watch and everything broke. That's because we basically just died there a moment ago. If we didn't have a few healing things, that would have absolutely meant death happened there. Because that bleed was quite literally bleeding me dry. Nope, time to go. Yep, that's why. Pain, misery, whoa. I've gotta go. What happened, Snort? Well, this run's going okay at the moment. Certain other runs that will remain nameless did not go so well. But as usual for Mercenary, everything is on a blade's edge of death constantly. One wrong move and I'm a corpse. There you are. You're not the ones holding this together either. Where is the one who's keeping this thing going? gotta get out. Damage over time is gonna kill me. Oh, it's you, isn't it? You're the problem. Well, that's good. That's a sign of progress. These things are super dangerous because when they die, they explode. And the explosion quite literally will instantly evaporate anything in their radius. And when I say evaporate, I don't mean it'll do a lot of damage or it'll kill. It's just gone. No, that is a no-go on the touchy. That is more no-go than most, because that is literally a run-ender if it touches you when it explodes. Like, you remember that bomb truck you were talking about that would kill you? Multiply that, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't even do health damage. I'm pretty sure it's just you die. Like, it's that level of bad. That's why that's an absolute no bueno to touch. While it's alive, sure, touch it all you want, it won't hurt you. Second it dies and starts exploding, you gotta fucking go. Looks like that was everything that was in here of any value. There's definitely... Oh no, I'm not... Yeah. It might be just death, yeah. Like, the thing in question here, I can guarantee you is instant death. Because I have had people over 1,000 health evaporate to those things. The one in your case might also be just guaranteed death. Whee! Gotta go right now. I got lots of money to spend. Gotta go. Gotta go find things to spend it on. Okay. So you have confirmed that they're at least not instant death. Because I know you were theorizing that before. So I presume then it's 600, like, true damage. Goes through all armor and all of that. Not what I need either. Nope. Speaking of not what I need, dying is also definitely not what I need. Accumulator, go! Well, it might be, like I said, 600 guaranteed rather than it being higher than that value. I feel like he shouldn't have been able to reach there, but, well, that's how that goes. I thought by going under him he wasn't going to be able to keep sending the fire, but I forget that they can just shoot straight down. So that was inconvenient. We were already getting into a bad position at that point anyway. Things were getting scaled ahead of us and we didn't find enough items to do anything about it. Ordinarily, yeah, but you don't know how the modders coded the damage that that's dealing. Unless you've actually seen it deal variable amounts of damage. There's every reality in which it is guaranteed to do X. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. So you know it is possible to not die to it, but there's still no guarantees of what exactly the type of damage it does is. I could absolutely see e-coders just taking the damage type coding of what bleed is, since bleed guaranteed passes everything, and just making the damage type that explosion does be that damage type. That's exactly the kind of dick move people would pull. I should know. Hi, I'm people. I have definitely done something like that before. Yeah. So no matter how you look at it, you have no hope if that thing blows up on you. Like, even if it's not true damage, you would still have no hope. Because there's no way you're mitigating down 600 down to below 20. There's no world in which that would ever be true. You would need such an insane level of damage mitigation that you basically stop taking damage. Which I stand by the reality in which maybe that thing shouldn't work the way it does. But we've had that discussion before. Okay, so it does have a hard reduction cap too. That makes sense. I was about to say that's kind of unfortunate, but no, that does actually make sense. Because otherwise, people would genuinely just make it so that they can't be hurt. And 85% is already practically not getting hurt unless something's doing a terrifying amount of damage. So it's not really that big a deal. Oh, that's how that stacks out on that one? Okay. Because that could vary depending on how the numbers were calculated. Yeah. Yeah, I understood how the math got there, just sometimes games can be funny with how they calculate those numbers. Specifically to avoid situations like that where you are taking such a minimal amount of damage. You think your laser scares me? I have the power of punch. But yeah, this is arguably the most durable character in action here. As long as I keep punching, I'm fine. I will keep generating shields. Some of the other characters arguably could become more durable, but it's a thing. Yeah. Because everything in that works off of actual damage numbers instead of a kill condition, basically. So all those numbers can be mitigated in some shape and or form. And it may even be that the void thing that I was showing does actually do a damage number, but I've always heard it described as instant death and experienced it as guaranteed death. There may be that there's some like asininely high calculation that you could actually manage to not die to it from, but I've never seen it. Yeah, maybe one of those wacky cases of it does 99999 damage. So it's technically feasible to not die to it, but you need a way to mitigate 9999 damage. Well, that's not what I wanted. Where's that focus crystal machine I had on the chef? I want that now. Give me super punches. What do we got in here? Take that. God damn it. I should have just taken the lantern. Low health's not a situation I want, but War Banner duplicates aren't really important. I don't even really care about getting a single War Banner. It's not that it doesn't have its uses, just situational enough uses that I don't want it. That's not gonna be helpful enough for me to care about trading. You ever get the feeling the game is picking on you and making fun of you? Because boy, do I feel it right now with 3 war banners in a row. The only thing that would have upset me more right now would have been 3 bustling fungus in a row. And that actually, no, these days I'd be happier about 3 bustling fungus in a row than 3 war banners. Because at least I could find the corrupted version of the fungus and get sprint healing. In this case, I am just sad. Pure sad. Oh, hey, the thing I was talking about, the chance stall. Chance to increase item rarity at chance shrines. Notice it doesn't influence the odds of you getting an item. It just has a chance of making the item that comes out of the shrine better. So chance shrines are still full gamble, but they might work out better if they do work out. There we go. Extra grapple. That'll wake. That'll wake. Is this important? Okay, nothing I need to answer immediately. I may as well start the boss fight at this point. We don't seem to be gaining enough money quickly here. Hi, I'm annoying. Hi, I'm annoying. Ah! No one ever said you could get rid of me. Round and round I go. You can't stop me. No, no, no. Yeah. Whee!
Ooh, first chest bought yields more than one reward. That's actually really good. Yeah. Shoot me while I'm adjusting in my chair. Cheating bastards. This is how you get punched. Oh, look, there's just a little star balloon following me around now. So that's a thing. I wonder if it's gonna count on one of the chests in this stage, since I already opened a chest, but I got this after. Well, yeah. No, nobody really wants true perfect fairness. Oh, okay, it does work. Neat. I'm not sure if XCOM's a good example in that case, because... well, it is, but it isn't. It depends on what exactly you mean in that scenario, because true fairness in that situation would actually lead to player advantage. Based on the logic of all things being equal. Again, that really depends on which XCOM you're referring to. Okay, yeah, if you're talking about the modern XCOMs, then yes. Everything you're saying is absolutely true. Even though I played those to a decent amount, I still have more mechanic knowledge in my mind of the old ones than those two. Because I didn't need to deep dive mechanics to succeed in the new ones, because they were honestly not that bad. Like, I would honestly not call either of those unfair, but I think that's because I have the metric of the fuckery that is the old XCOM to compare them to. And even old XCOM wasn't necessarily entirely unfair, because it's the same old case of the AI is given advantages to compensate for its intelligence and the depth that the AI is capable of. I should not have fought that thing. Yeah, which you are artificially making the game bad for yourself at that point by modding it and going on the highest difficulty. You are asking for pain. That is literally, hey, punch me in the dick in video game form at that point. And all concept of fairness is thrown out the window when you go out of your way to increase the difficulty, I would say. Like, if people cry unfair in that situation, they are just crying foul when they shot themselves in the foot. Like, that is literally, hey, what happens if I pull the trigger when I'm pointing this here? Ow, the gun hurt my foot. No, you hurt your foot by pulling the trigger, jackass. That's not the game's fault. Yeah. No, and it's not a bad thing to get rid of things that can give players advantage, especially in something like that. Well, here's the thing. You can call that a fair version, but there's more layers to it than that one facet. And that's where it starts not actually being the same fair comparison that people want to believe it is. That's where shit gets weird.
It's almost like balance has multiple layers to it or something. Crazy fucking concept. Yeah. It basically means the same dice are rolled for both sides, and that is a good thing. That I wouldn't say it's inherently a positive, guaranteed across the board, but it is in most cases a positive. Because it forces you to confront the reality of what your choices are instead of, oh, I'm just gonna let RNG play out and I know RNG is going to favor me. Because I would say outside of the use case where you're stacking the deck further against yourself, I don't see that being unreasonable. Stacking the deck further against yourself by increasing the difficulty beyond, say, probably like one step above normal, it probably would still be fine, as long as you know what you're doing. But the more you stack modifiers, the more the situation starts skewing. I don't know what I want to do now. I don't feel like stopping yet, but I don't know which one I want to use. Yeah. See if I can get that secondary thing I was talking about and see about making that work. To be fair, you can play XCOM on normal without losing any soldiers, without anything changing it. As long as you're not an idiot. Like, obviously, sometimes things are just gonna go wrong, too, so it's not universally you're an idiot if you manage to lose soldiers. There's on normal, but it's usually pretty safe. Hey, ABC. Yeah, pretty much. I cast Gun. It's the most powerful spell next to Casting Fist. You can say anything you want, ABC, but that will return when I decide it returns. And I need to decide how I want to change how it works before it returns. And there's been enough distractions of late that I have not come to that decision yet.
Let me in. Let me in.
Oh. I make the rules here, so that will happen when I say it happens. Bang. I don't really need attack speed per se. You don't want to know what's going on in there. Trust me, even I don't want to know what's going on in my brain most of the time. And I'm the one who lives here. Is there something up here? No, there's something up here. Neat. Well, good news, you're already out. Since you were never in, you don't need to get out. I want to open this box, but I don't have the money. They're all spawning down there. All good. I don't want to have to climb back up here again. Well, fine. We're just not getting that item. And before that's the best item we're ever gonna see, but we're not gonna see it because I didn't bother. Such is the way of things. I don't know how he just came skating into vision, but that was a thing. I assume he probably hit a bounce pad. He just doesn't animate well when he's doing that. Let's see what this lunar item is. Probably not gonna want it. Oh, look. Ah, actually, that's okay. Gain gold on hit, but lose gold when getting hit. If I grab a roll of pennies, that'll balance out and we'll just make money hand over fist. Molotovs will be great. Definitely good with that. You know, I just thought of the weirdest thing, and I can't believe I didn't think of this sooner. The crowdfunder Gatling gun that spends money to fire. I think you might be able to fire that infinitely with the with the Brittle Crown. I can't believe I didn't think of that before. Because I don't think the ammo usage on it scales. So I think it'll just keep firing indefinitely. Unless it doesn't count equipment hits for the Brittle Crown. Huh. That might actually make that item useful, finally. And both of those things have existed for a while, so... More than likely, somebody else has thought of that a long time ago, too. Why is it up there? Now, come on, then. Come on. The fuck is that? Rude. Fucking rude. I don't have the ups for that. Like, the one time I'm playing somebody that doesn't have jumps of any significant description, they do this shit to me. I know how to get to it. I'm just mad about it. We jump up here, we go over here. I think we're not quite reaching it. I think we need to go up more. By the time I get this stupid thing, it's not gonna be worth it. Oh, I fucked it up. That's such a dick move. Actually, yeah, it'd be better if I went from that side. We are wasting so much time to get this stupid thing, though. Anyway. We'll go over here. The things I do just to get one item because I earned it. Got it. Fuck's sake. That's the first time I've seen that spawn on top of the pillar. Part of me also wants to try that mod that gives you a random character every stage. So I toyed with that ages ago. I don't even know if that mod's been updated, though. It might just not even work anymore. And yes, it's as much of a nightmare as it may sound. It's like, oh hey, you built for a close-range character? Well, good news, you're a long-range character now. Good luck. You have high damage, no mobility? Well, bad news, you're an artificer now. Good luck. Enjoy being slow as dog shit and dying a miserable death. if you're thinking, oh, the random gods can't be that mean, oh, fucking yes, they can. Can confirm from experience. RNG can be a bitch. Missed it. Ooh, that machine might... Nope, never mind. We also don't have any green items anyway, so it doesn't matter. What that does is when you kill an enemy, you get a short burst of move speed, which isn't bad, but it's not necessarily high priority for me. Especially not with Bandit, because it's going to throw my aim off horrendously for like doing rapid repeat kills with the revolver. Because I usually have them somewhat lined up in my mind when I go to start that chain. So the second my movement changes, it will fuck me up royally as far as that goes. I thought he would die. I forgot he was an elite. I just went, oh, lizard, bang. Huh. That's unfortunate. No. Yes. No more, huh? Okay. Jade Elephant, I think, is like a big amount of temporary armor, which basically relies on you knowing when you're gonna get hit with something bad, which the majority of the time in this game, you don't know the bad thing's coming. It's just gonna blindside you and you're dead. So it's not really helpful. Short of situations where it's like, nope, this is a bad idea, but I don't have a choice. And at which point you really shouldn't be planning for those situations. You should be planning to avoid those situations where at all possible. And you know, of course, shit happens, so you can't really plan for it, but... Alright. We've got a decent number of items, not a decent set of items necessarily. Thankfully, this is at least a very easy boss for us to kill in our current setup. You son of a bitch, you are not gonna do me like that. He nearly did me in because I just miscalculated. Remember, even an easy boss can be very dangerous. Remember when I said there's cases where just shit happens? Yeah, that's a perfect example of that. We had no health left and we have no recovery, so the game decided to slap me for my insolence and there was nothing to be done about it. It's upsetting how consistently things like that happen. Yeah, to explain what I was talking about before, or though with Rex gaining a lot of advantages from those low health items, notice how things like the special and the right click both use health, but you heal for everything you hit with Tangling Growth, for example. So what you would do is you spend a bunch of health with your secondary fire to activate all those low health items, then probably whip out all of your healing effects right after, so you burst your damage out and then are back in full shape again. Oh yeah, this also pushes a fair bit, I think, which is why the bonus there is push a Clay Doom Strider into a pit. And you can tell how little I play Rex by the fact that there's no abilities unlocked for Rex. Engineer I played a bit, but I just don't do the extra things that they wanted from that. Because this one's just a pain. Because you have to manage all the monsters down to the wire on that one. Multi's another one that I don't do much with, though the bonuses for him are also kind of a pain. Like, first you gotta have a situation where there's actually 2 Beetle Queens, but have it be a viable situation. This one's not hard to do, just gotta line everything up properly as well. And I've just never bothered to do it. I keep meaning to do this one. Problem is you have to critically hit with the dagger. That said, all attacks from behind are crits, which is why you always see me go for the back of something when I use Serrated Dagger, because I can guarantee the hemorrhaging. You know what? I don't usually go shotgun, but let's do this. This is not a good idea for how I play. Let's try it. Let's try to get that 20 hemorrhaging stack. I'm gonna need some backup magazines in order to get multiple daggers, and I'm probably gonna have to get the 20 hemorrhaging on a boss. Because I don't think anything else is gonna survive enough daggers for 20 stacks. Hey, the swarm. How's it going? What's in the box? Ask and you shall receive. I've played it a decent amount, and I very rarely have used most of the mods this game has, or at least back when I looked, the mods it had didn't really interest me too much. I know it's gotten better mods at this point, but I only just got back to playing it because the DLC came out, so I was focusing on the DLC. Oh god, why would you play this in VR? That's just asking to get sick. That is motion sickness central right there. Oh god. You would have to. Cause like I hold up pretty well in VR, but I guess it would depend on what character you're playing too. Some characters would be infinitely worse. Like I would not play Mercenary in VR. No, refuse. Not at all. Unacceptable. All that teleporting around would be so fucking disorienting. Oh, Engineer's safe. Yeah, that absolutely makes sense that VR for that wouldn't be awful. Since Engineers spend most of their time just sitting around in their bubble. That might be even further modded then, because the only thing with a grapple is loader, and that's not a beam. But there might be a beam secondary thing on the Engineer that I'm not remembering too, though. That's not what I want. And I was describing earlier pretty much well, if they're hooking and swinging around, that's most likely loader then. Were they doing a lot of punching? I'm guessing you don't remember what happened that well at this point. If that's a question mark, then it's hard to guarantee on that one. Yeah, no, that's fair. Just that would be the only other big determining factor there. I mean, that's not that long ago, but at the same time, why would you remember that much to begin with? Then yeah, no, that's another vomit experience right there. Loader's another perfect example of something I don't think I would touch in VR, just because, again, the way I play that would make me ill. A lot of movement in VR isn't bad for me. It's types of movement that I have already seen destroy me. And lots of spinning and flipping and shit is definitely the perfect example of what will make my stomach very angry. I've learned that. Because even though I've not streamed like anything in VR, I do spend a decent amount in VR. For hemorrhage. Yeah, this isn't gonna live long enough to get 20 stacks of hemorrhage on it. Neither am I. Now, I can do normal movement in VR just fine. That doesn't bother me. If anything, teleporting actually bothers me more than using stick movement. Because I find the teleporting really jarring. Well, yeah, because the movement is at least relatively natural when you're doing it in a flight sim, so that makes sense. So I would assume that would basically be a seated experience at that point. Part of it's probably, like I was saying, the disconnect between how your body's moving and how your mind is interpreting it moving because of the fact that you're moving in VR but not moving the body. That's what usually fucks with people on that kind of thing. But if you're flying, for example, you kind of expect your body not to be moving while it's being moved. Yeah, they're becoming a thing. They're just fucking expensive. Of course, part of my problem with doing any significant movement in VR is I don't have the fucking space. I will slam into a wall if I try to do, like, serious heavy movement of actually moving myself to do it. Yeah, exactly. That makes perfect sense. I need to find something more durable, and I need to find more backup magazines so I can just bleed the hell out of it so I can get that other ability. Monsters, show up so I can get money. You're lucky I don't have the rifle right now. Dead already. That is unfortunate, yeah. I enjoyed what I played of the first Into the Radius. That's just another perfect example of I feel like I need more room to play that. I've heard, yeah. I've not seen it at a low enough price for me to be convinced to pick it up. Has been the thing for me for that so far. Because I don't spend enough time in VR these days to be convinced to spend any serious amount of money on a VR game. Hey, if you like something, it makes perfect sense to spend on it. No questions here. Lord knows I've blown a good amount of money on things I knew I would enjoy, or already had enjoyed. Hell, if I just thought about the amount of money tabulated together of all of the games of this type, for example, that I ended up buying on release, the total monetary value of that would get disgusting, which is why I don't think about it too much. Because, like, I bought this on release full price, which that's not that bad because this game never was that expensive. Did it with either of the DLCs, but I bought both of those immediately, pretty much as well. Which basically all told becomes the same price as a regular or full release of something. I am very skeptical of a lot of games. There are some that I'm like, yep, this is a sure thing. Because, like, this I knew was going to be a sure thing because I had played the first game. And even though it was a departure from the first game, I had faith in the people working on it to at least make it work. But there are many things that I wait a very long time, and even once I'm convinced, wait for a sale for it. Because there's a lot of games that really just aren't worth the price people are asking for them for. Like, is it worth the money based on the fact that they put all that work in it? Yes. But that's value to them, not value to the person purchasing it. I'm still glad I only played DayZ as a mod and never actually spent the money on the separate version. Because I learned by playing the mod that that wasn't going to be something I wanted to play. Which is funny because 90% of what that game is things I would enjoy. The way it comes out and is packaged, though, does not appeal. It kind of falls into the same category as Rust in that regard. It's like, you know, theoretically I should like this game. It's a real shame the way it's played makes it not a fun game anymore. Yeah. Sure, I'll offer 30% of my soul. I still don't know what this does, but goodbye 30% of my soul. Well, I'll be damned. Hey there, Rights. It's been a little bit. How you been? Thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Welcome in, everybody, to me fumbling the Rust off here in Risk a Raid. I'm glad to hear it. hands, please. There's more of an audience now. Hit the thing. Fuck's sake. Oh, nice. I thought about picking up Squirrel with a Gun because I'd heard about it so long ago and I'd kept my eye on it. How actually is it? Sort of first time with DLC. I practiced it a little bit last night when I first picked it up, but that was only like a run or two. This is the first full day with it. And I already picked up the Chef. I did not get the third Survivor yet. I did enjoy the Chef, though. The Chef's a good time. Even if it's got some jank. Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected out of Swirl with a Gun, which basically means it's perfect. It's a perfect meme. That's actually impressive that that would have boss fights. Then again, Goat Sim 3 had boss fights too, so I guess the comparison still carries. But I think only Goat Sim 3 had boss fights. I don't think the ones before it had them. But I never finished the... Well, there's technically not a 2 to begin with, but that's neither here nor there. How am I so much worse at hitting anything with the shotgun than I am with the rifle? I don't understand that. Well, this just reminds me why I stick to using the rifle instead of the shotgun. There we go. I would assume the teleporter's down this end since I didn't see it. Which means I probably gotta make that jump. Now, why would you do a fool thing like that, ABC? This is a very bad idea. But it worked. Sounds good. You get some good rest there, Rights, and it was great to see you again, too. One day I will be better at keeping in touch with people and we'll be able to do something with that. Absolutely. I will be definitely arranging some things for that, so we'll see what ends up working out. I've already got a couple people in mind. I've got one locked in for tomorrow, but that's mostly a one-on-one thing. Though Lord knows I need to get more of this rust off before... Tomorrow's just an actual collab with this. But it's just me and one other person. Or at least that's the current plan. Which, on the note of schedule, it's sounding like 7 Days to Die is finally back properly on the table for this Saturday. That is, of course, barring anything going wrong at the last minute, as Saturdays have been prone to have. So that's nice. I feel like I needed to add that amendment because I keep getting body checked by the universe. There's a lot of reasons why that could be happening there, ABC. Twitch might be having a moment. Your internet might be having a moment. There's endless reasons for that one. I would try sitting here and getting the hemorrhage stacks on this thing, but no. I mean, that seemed to have been pretty much in real time relative to the rest of the chat, so... I'm not sure if your delay to me has changed, but your chat client delay seems to be what it should be. Yeah, Twitch has been having many a moment of late, more so than usual. But welcome to what happens anytime they change anything. The second they touch any of their own code, it starts setting itself on fire. Okay. Starting to get the reflexes to realign. I mean, that makes sense because it's been so successful. They'd be kind of foolish not to raise the prices a bit to make the money on that deal. And it may also start trimming some of the... Because I assume it's probably been having a bot issue. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if there was a bot issue with old school RuneScape. Not that changing membership prices are really going to fix a problem like that in most cases, but it tends to be a solution some groups will reach for to try to solve problems like that, is either to turn something free into something paid or to raise the price of something to make the bar of entry less appealing to those that try to do that kind of thing. Did they say what they're changing it to? The pennies wouldn't be the worst thing to have since we keep having money issues. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. The stronger bot accounts are not going to care about the membership price increase because they're already making their money back if they care about money. Okay, so that will even more so not change the botting issue. It just might preclude new botting accounts being made as much. But again, any ones that are associated with the ones that already won't care are just going to keep rolling then. But they probably kind of had to grandfather existing accounts in, or they were going to have a riot on their hands, depending on how much the price increase was. They would either have a massive player riot or people flocking out of their system, neither of which are good. Interesting. So I suppose that makes a degree of sense with how their stuff is generally structured. Actually, yeah, no, that would check out based on the minimal knowledge I have and how much I'm assuming is the same from the old days. Oh, there we go. There's the thing I was looking for. Now, every time I knife, I get a stacking damage bonus for my shotgun until I fire it once and then I loop it again. This is the exact setup I was saying was probably one of the better setups for it. Yeah, exactly. That's the exact situation I was thinking of. The return on investment at that point is in the player's favor, and most companies don't want that. They want it to be attractive, but overall favorable to them. Wow, that Parasite missed by a mile there. I don't know if we do high enough damage for the band to trigger. Oh yeah, but it's not about the fact that they're doing well or not doing well in terms of money. It's how much more money can they milk out of the player base. And let's be real, there's more than enough people that are hardcore addicted to that game still that they're gonna be making money hand over fist. Like, I don't think that's even a question. Yeah, I'm not saying they'll do shady stuff, they're just gonna do the typical what furthers our bottom line corporate stuff without going too far down the deep end. So I'm sorry, but there's... outside of a very small handful of examples, there does not exist a company that is not doing what it does to further its bottom line. And I say few examples because I don't think I can even think of a guaranteed example off the top of my head. Yeah, they're usually reasonable, and I have a good amount of respect for those that are willing to be reasonable. Mostly because that's usually the highest point you can usually find is reasonable. Fighting two of these that are fire boosted is a bad idea. And here I am doing it anyway, cause I'm a fool. Right. Which helps because it kind of keeps them aware of what the changes they make end up doing. But it really depends on how they play it too. If they're playing it as if they're just a normal player, then they get some decent perspective that way. There are plenty of developer accounts in games like that that have many advantages, and that skews things. But out of them, I would expect they probably play it reasonably fair on that score. And alright, ABC, you have a good night. Get some rest. Yeah, I forgot we had proceeded to the point where that's not going to kill those anymore. Oh well. Come on, give me something. Well, that qualifies as something. That's better, though. I have 4 daggers. We might be able to get the 20 hammer. Fuck me. Why is it gotta be you again? You know what? No. I got very confused by that teleport. I thought I died, and it took a second to process that I hadn't died, and then I exploded. They were dying so fast, but I should not have stayed underneath them. That was a very bad idea. Right. That's what I mean. They play as actual players unless they need to use their power or for something that's actually meaningful. You know, for those who haven't seen the chef, we'll play the chef again. Chef's fun. Chef is jank, but chef is fun. Oh god, chef's biggest problem is chef is slow. Okay, we got throwing cleavers that return like boomerangs. We got a flamethrower. We got a high-speed rolling pin. And we've got an oil sprayer. And things drop food when they die. As long as you kill them properly. Because you gotta cook them first. Like that. It seems like basically as long as you have any of your effects on something, it'll drop food when it dies. It says 3, but I think that's inaccurate. I need to cook you properly. Stand still, laddie. Hey. There we go. That's 1. I need to kill 10 of those by searing them after oiling them in order to get the thing. That whatever his other ult ability is. And see, that makes sense, because basically that way you have devs who actually have context of how the game works, as opposed to having developers come rolling in who have no idea what anything of the game is about, trying to make changes. Ooh, I wonder if my ignite effect from my kit counts towards that. I presume it would. Yep, definitely seems like it does, so that was the perfect thing to find at the start for Chef. Oh boy. We're really cooking now. Haha. I blame spending time with Pazzy for that joke. Now that's actually not a bad idea. Though I'm sure a bunch of people probably have figured out by now that that's the main account of a dev. But it's still not a bad idea to have the whole man on the street perspective happen and actively try to shake things up so people actually give feedback. Because putting out feedback forms and such only gets you so much. You're not usually going to get the real story there because people are going to meter their expectations and their statements to a certain degree. And, you know, feedback forms are also usually limited. So getting first-hand feedback from people can actually give you a very different impression of things. Like I said, there's a lot of advantages to that, especially if they remain consistent in how they handle things like that. They become very reliable to the community, which gives them a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Brain lost the word. People start to put faith in them differently than in the rest of a developer team because they feel more of a connection to that one. That's not what I wanted to say, but that's the right idea. Yeah. Which that too has a blessing and a curse. Also, I just realized our sticky bombs are attached to the rolling pin. I feel like that's gonna go horribly wrong at some point. I'm pulling those cleavers back too soon to hit those. They're too far out. The brain's in clicky mode. I just keep mashing the button so it doesn't end up working out. Teleporter was right over here, so we may as well just trigger that and get on with it. So I don't see the Halcyon Shrine. No, I want mocha. Mocha is good. I'm not a coffee drinker, but in this case, mocha is good. Hello. Burn. I mean, that does happen a lot. Keyboard go clicky clack. Mouse also go clicky clack. Things die when I go clicky clack. Don't really need a fuel cell for my recycler particularly, though I guess it would let me re-roll something if it ends up not working out. I don't remember if you can roll something twice. Very relatable statement there, Swarm. Like, oh hey, I should learn all these combos, but you know, buttons go burr, and well, buttons go burr. Or is more fun. I am very much a random bullshit go fighter. There's very few fighting games I've ever even learned more than like a input for. Exactly. Oh. God damn it. Guess who spotted the Halcyon Shrine as he teleported out? I'll give you a hint, it's the one who was just very disappointed in himself. Because it was literally on screen as we teleported away, right on the far right edge. So we could have gone the other way. That said, I don't think it would have been a good idea without us finding some move speed items. Because the lightning would ruin us, as we learned last time we went there with Chef. I mean, a large portion of it is a memory thing, or at least that's been my experience with it, is I just literally cannot remember the inputs. It does not stick in my mind, much like song lyrics don't stay with me at all. It just goes in my brain shredder immediately. Just like, yep. And it's gone. No matter how much I like it, it's just like in, gone, out the other end, immediately gone. Such a shame. Much like it's such a shame that they're not bringing me things that make me money right now. Monsters, show up so I can open the box. There we go. So I'm never gonna remember that this box is here. I can't help but notice that something changed somewhere along the way there. Yeah, that's the other thing, though, is there are plenty of fighting games with inputs that are that long. And that's the other reason why I can't remember them for anything. You get past, like, a 6 input move, and it's just like, nope, it's gone. I was just joking about the fact that the combo ends with up smash, because like, well, he's pivoted into Smash Brothers now. Okay, hang on. There's 2 separate notations involved here. shenanigans are afoot. But I think there are some actual fighting games that refer to something as an up smash too, probably. I don't know. As with 90% of things, I exist on the periphery. I know the terminology for the most part, or via osmosis, and then that's about it. Cause like, I don't watch Evo or anything like that, so deep things that competitive people would be concerned about usually will fly over my head. Oh, dive kick, yeah. Where your entire input is dive and kick. That is a perfect example of a meme game that survived and thrived shockingly well. But it's because it's good at what it does. It's good at being a 2-button dive and kick game. They distilled a fighting game down as hard as they feasibly could and made the game entirely fair. I kind of want to get into that, like, baseball fighting game. I forget exactly what it's called. But, like, half the game is just batting a ball around the arena rather than attacking your opponents. Because it seems just goofy enough to be fun. But at the same time, people that are real good at it are fucking brutal. That wouldn't surprise me. There's a world wherein the more something is simplified, the more difficult it becomes because the margin of error changes to such a drastic degree, for one, and for two, it gets optimized out so hard that there's only so much room for you to surprise anyone or anything. Get rolled, nerds. Oh, okay. I didn't get frozen. We're fine. Yeah. More often than not, my experience with dive kick has been, if you move first, you lose. Unless you are purposely moving to bait something out. And then you better know your opponent's gonna fall for the bait. Which, that's the thing though, is it's very indicative of the same kind of gameplay that happens in deeper fighting games as well, but it's a distillation of those exact same results. Kind of like how an action RPG can be distilled down into basically the same thing that something like Vampire Survivors is. You have the exact same concepts in play, but crushed down into a small space. Whenever I actually decide to run tournaments, which is probably never, it would at most end up being a joke tournament, because the idea of a significant tournament does not appeal to me. Because there's nothing I take seriously enough for me to be interested in running a tournament for it in a significant capacity. I also don't even actually own Dive Kick. But then again, to run a tournament, you don't necessarily need to own the game. Yeah, but that's a lot of effort for a meme. Because organizing a tournament properly is kind of a nightmare. And I'm having enough problems organizing collabs, let alone organizing a tournament. I've only now learned that I can charge the rolling pin. Maybe that's why it's felt kind of slow. Is I was supposed to be charging it first, and there was nothing I was gonna do to win that situation. As soon as the laser was locked onto me, and I was that low, there was nothing to be done. The best I could have tried to do was get around behind that rock over on the other side, and I would have just died to the minions instead. I mean, it says charge, but everything else about a lot of this text has been a lie. Let me experiment with that. Okay, so there is actually a ping reaction too. You'll actually see a light flash when you charge enough. Is it a timing thing though? Doesn't seem like you get a significant benefit by timing that. So it's probably just charge levels. So if I hold it longer, does it charge more than that? It does. Okay, so if you just hold it as long as you can, it has a full charge. Okay. Interesting. I knew there was more depths to this character, or than I had hit. Bing bing. Okay, they put the Halcyon thing down here. I don't think I want to trigger that yet, but I do want to do it, even though I just said before that it was a bad idea. Cook another bison. Though, actually, what I should probably do is stay on this stage and just keep finding more bison to cook. So we can get that ult ability and find out what that does. Not the most exciting way to achieve this goal, but at the rate things have been going, it's probably the only way I'm achieving it. Sometimes you just got to accept reality. This is when no more bison spawn, because I've eradicated their species. Oh no, there's one. Just gotta wait for my stuff to recharge. Weaken him a bit to make sure that I can cook him proper. There we go. I think that's 5 now? Counting the ones from a previous attempt? Might be more than 5, but I'm gonna go with 5 for the moment, because I'd rather end up thinking I need more than I need to, rather than not having enough. And it'll pop up the second we do it, so we'll know. All of China will know we've done it. There's an argument to be made for trading the knife for a mocha, but I'm gonna see what other gray items we get, and then decide from there what we're doing with that idea. 2 charges of ocular HUD. Actually, that's not bad. That could actually work for Chef. Is the idea will be, we set him up with the oil, we pop up ocular HUD. Actually, may as well pop it before, or we spray the oil, because the oil hits multiple times too. And then when we burn them, all of the individual hits from that will all be crits. And it will probably do horrifying damage. So I think we got something there. I think we got something. It also might actually work to do crit rolling pin strats, which might be hilarious. Which are probably sentences people never thought they were gonna hear, but here we are, with crit rolling pin strats. Much like Lord and Savior Frying Pan from when we were playing... Ah, brain. Why did you forget the name of that game? It's not Forever Kingdom, it's the other one. It doesn't matter. Even if I say the name of the game, most of the people aren't gonna get it anyway. 'Cause nobody should know what that game is. I don't know how to feel about the fact that most games I know are games people arguably shouldn't know because they're not good. The Shrine of the Mountain won't do anything here, but I'll turn it on anyway. Because we're going to be going through the Halcyon Shrine, so Shrine of the Mountain won't affect that, I don't think. Which is weird. You would think that would have an effect for doing that, since it can teleport you out of a stage. I feel like it might be fun to just have it be super nightmarish and just like double the amount of spawns from the Halcyon Shrine just to make it awful. Oh wow. Boosted in oil spray almost just killed him straight up. Noted. Don't do that if you want to get the proper kill on those. Because if I had hit all of the oil, it would have just straight killed it. And that would have been awkward considering the entire plan there. Do I want to just activate this and move on at this point? Because we're not seeing much in the way of bison suddenly. We're not getting any bison dollars for sure. Why that's a thing I've decided now is a good time to bring out is a whole other question. Probably because I'm talking about bison. They're not M bison though. Brain makes what connections it decides it needs to. I don't even know what that third item is. It's just stuck in the wall. Yeah, I haven't seen any more bison, so I'm just gonna activate this. It might even spawn bison, which will work out. Since it does like to spawn a bunch of stuff, though it seems to like to mostly spawn golems. Which I'm presuming is related to this whole thing, since most of the things related to gold and such have also been golems. And that seems to be what most of this Halcyon stuff is connected with as well. You might hear some thunder in the background, by the way, so we'll probably wrap up potentially after this run to avoid potential power outages. And I am starting to tire out a bit too, so that would probably work out pretty decently. Are we actually gonna get a full charge? Bison! Burninate the bison! Crit rolling pin. Okay, it seems to get stronger the more you charge the shrine. Okay, I thought he killed me for a second there. That was so close to being bad. Okay, you get more items the farther up it goes. Oh, you get to choose multiple items. That's really cool, actually. 3 items out of that's pretty good. That's basically like do a boss fight but get 3 rewards. Oh, you know what I should have tried, actually? I should have tried doing that and then seeing if I could activate the teleporter as well. And just keep making more gains. Because I assumed it would deactivate the teleporter, but thinking about it, I should test that. but it's too late to test it now. Oh, because we already left. But I just realized that could allow you to double dip pretty well. Because say you don't want to take the Stormseeker path over here, you could just pivot, but still take the items. Though, actually, you know what? The conversation about tournaments from before did actually spark a thought in my mind about probably the one game I would run a tournament for, because it would just be a tournament of fuckery. But I don't know how many people even remember the game Speedrunners anymore. But that is something I probably would run a tournament for. It would be awful, but it'd be funny. To me, anyway. It would also be reasonably quick, since it'd be 4 people per a race. And then each of the ones that win those races would go on, probably put whoever comes in second into a secondary bracket. And whoever doesn't make the cut there just might go into a loser's bracket or something if we run one of those. And then that would be an easy way to run that. May or may not even realize the fact that I just autopilot killed that Beetle Queen, by the way. Didn't process that went that fast. Just kind of was doing things while I went in full brain mode for a second there. Just like, huh, you know, I could do this. This is a thing, and oh, everything's dead. Huh. Stream of consciousness can be dangerous sometimes. Speaking of, like, background thoughts, though, I don't know if I'll split this VOD up. The run times for each of the runs have been super inconsistent, so I don't know if I would actually want to try to, like, split it up to be run time based. And it's all disjointed as far as characters go, so I can't just separate it by, like, what character I was playing. I might just not split this VOD up at all. This one might just go up as a full section. And if what I'm talking about doesn't make any sense, good news! There's a VOD channel, and that's what I'm talking about. If you wish to see the things that had happened before, just look for the link for the VOD channel either in the timed command that pops up, or just look in the About section and you'll find it down there. It'll probably be all in the card at this... No, not the card, Linktree. Linktree is what I use. I'm thinking card because so many people use card, and I was digging through and finding more people recently. Which I still arguably need to go find even more people. And you might say, well, you haven't vetted out half the people you found before. And that's true. But you know, gotta be prepared. Don't put a roll of pennies on your wheel. That's not gonna work. All that's gonna do is make the wheel go weird. It's gonna roll bad. Your train's gonna go off the tracks. It's gonna be awful. Everybody's gonna die. Where the fuck is my brain going? Like, the realization of just what I've been talking about here and there just makes me question in my own brain. But I question that all the time. But this is the layer of tired autopilot I'm starting to hit now. His brain is just going like, well, you need me to say words, so I'm just gonna put words out. I don't know what any of these words are anymore. They're just happening. I'm actually really happy I grabbed the Ocular HUD, because Ocular HUD on Chef is proving to be really good. But yeah, to explain the tired a little bit, for those that didn't know, I had to be up really early yesterday. I'm not gonna really get deep into why and everything, just understand I had annoying life shit to do. And between the wonders of anxiety making sleep more difficult to begin with, I'm also not an early riser to begin with. So that threw my entire internal timetable off for a while, and I'm still dealing with the effects of that, and I probably will be for the rest of this week or so, probably. That really just did that, huh? Huh. Well, guess I'm not getting whatever that was. If anybody's wondering if I knew that that was gonna happen, I was curious, because it looked like it would just dispense it off the cliff. But I was wondering if they'd put a safety net in to keep it from dispensing off a cliff. Turns out, nope. That is just 100% a haha, fuck you, you wasted your money. Unless you can catch it before it goes down the pit. Pain, misery, whoa. Oh no. Oh, I shouldn't have done that to a fire guy. Yep. I shouldn't have been so greedy against the Clay Dunestrider. I keep making that mistake because I don't like Clay Dunestriders, so I try to rush them down, and every time I try to rush them down, I get punished for it. You would think I'd learn from this cycle by now. Still didn't get the thing. Now, it doesn't say they have to be done all at once. That one was cut shorter than I thought, so we will do one last roundup to try to get the bison thing done. I know, I always do the, well, I'm done after this one. But what about... Like, it almost always happens at this point, especially with things like this, but that's also how these work, is... But one more time is what keeps these games alive. There's the link tree I was talking about, by the way, right there in the chat. So, if you are at all interested in all of the things I've done before, 99% of them are on that VOD channel. There was a few from before I started maintaining the VOD channel that are lost, but those are like super early content that wasn't that good. So those are best left to dust, and there were some streams that just were horrendous quality, so those VODs didn't get saved either. Like, either I was having a bad day and made bad content, or tech issues happened that threw the content off hard enough that I thought it wasn't worth salvaging, and those then ended up not going out either. And I've yet to have any of these happen, but if there's ever a case where copyright keeps me from putting a VOD out, those VODs also won't go out. Is I don't do editing. Like, that's your warning right now. If you are going to look at that VOD channel, everything is unedited. You will have the exact same experience, aside from the interaction, that the stream watcher has. That's your one caveat on that. So if that is not the experience you desire, you're not gonna want to look at that channel because it's not gonna have what you want. Because even though I have once upon a time done recorded content, I have not done any since I started doing this. Because this has proven to be much more enjoyable. Though making the differentiation point be recorded content isn't going to be entirely accurate either. Because as my equipment improves, I'm probably going to start independently recording the stream alongside the stream itself happening. Because there's going to be a difference in quality potentially that I can maintain that way. Depends on how well that all actually works. Because the idea there would be to record it at a higher quality than I can stream it. But that's going to involve a significant improvement in equipment before that would be viable. And that's also going to then turn into a nightmare of actually having to upload the videos instead of just exporting them from Twitch. And that's going to be fun. Not. As we all know, YouTube's uploading is fantastic. There's nothing wrong with that system at all. Not that exporting doesn't have its own issues frequently. Like the day, I think it was literally the last upload I did, for some reason, on one of the exports from that day, which that was the sampler day, so there was a bunch of separate exports there. At least one of them straight up would not go to HD on YouTube. I literally had to re-upload it to get it to go to HD. It just got stuck for some reason as it was doing all of the converting and everything on YouTube. It's very weird. Not the first time I've seen that happen, though. It won't be the last time. But yeah, that was a whole thing that happened. Why I'm on a ramble about the YouTube channel is beyond me. That's just where my head's at right now. So I'm thinking ahead now to the upload for this. Because everything goes up the day after. Of course, you know, doing the collab for this tomorrow is also going to be a weird experience for me in that I will be doing the same game 2 days in a row. That doesn't happen often. Especially not something that isn't just a single player game I'm trying to finish before a certain amount of time passes. Huh. That's a thing. Where's this goddamn teleporter? Up there? No, no particles. No particles. It must be over here somewhere. Probably up there then. Nyum. I do appreciate that you can still jump while you're rolling pinning. It'd be really unfortunate if you couldn't. Yep, there we go. There's the teleporter. Coin. Ah, yes, that's what I want. A monster teeth machine. Excellent. That's how you win games, right? Which the orcs would tell you yes, but that's neither here nor there. First Beetle Queen, anybody? God damn. Me. Aww. Just watching him roll around spewing fire is hilarious to me. And for those wondering how I know when I have a cleaver available, I'm not actually looking down at the UI on the right. There's that little U shape on the crosshair. That's what I'm paying attention to for whether I have a cleaver ready or not. But more often than not, I'm not even checking. I'm just hitting the button and hoping a cleaver comes out. The little peek inside how that works. Like, yeah, you know, I could pay attention, or I could just keep clicking E button and hope something happens. It's much like how I said my strategy for fighting games is random bullshit go. That's kind of how my strategy for this game is too, usually. Just like, push buttons, things will either work or they won't. Avoid the worst of the death when you can. Hope for the best. And that's just how it be. It's like there is significantly deeper strategizing and thinking I could do regarding my items. But I can't be bothered. Like, it may sound like my goal is to win most of the time, and winning would be nice. But my priority is usually just trying to enjoy the game. And yes, winning does lead to enjoyment for many people. But it's not the sole vector by which that happens. Okay, Chef's mobility is getting a little bit better now that I'm getting a little more comfortable using the rolling pin. Especially with the charge boost on it. Wait. Is that how... Pull up. Dun, dun, dun. No, that doesn't seem to impact that at all. Okay. I thought for a moment maybe that's how you get the boosted attacks on your other attacks. But that seems to still not be true. Because I know we tested it with just base rolling pin before, but I was like, maybe since I didn't charge it, it didn't do it? But that seems to still not be true. So, who knows? I appear to be at an impasse. There we go. Not the way I wanted to get out of there, but that was the only way I was getting out of there. Well, maybe if I charged the rolling pin, I might have been able to do a, like, weird spin jump out of there. Like, jump and rotate. But I don't think it would have been worth the effort. shuriken are probably actually going to be really handy. Is with the delay between throwing the cleavers, you're basically just going to get shurikens on most cleavers, I think. Unless you're really spamming. Otherwise known as what I do half the time. But that's not the point. That's not the point of the sentence. Ooh, the Sail Star again. I really like the Sail Star. Both because it's kind of funny having a little star balloon following you around in a situation like this, and, you know, just double items is great. I wonder what happens if you stack Sail Stars. Does it allow it to be used multiple times since it was consumed on use? Or does it, like, make the item better? Like, as in, the extra item goes up in rarity, maybe? I don't know. I haven't seen multiple Sail Stars yet. It might even be that it's incredibly rare to see 2 Sail Stars, or even more than that. But consider a world in which you touch a Shrine of Order, which, for those who don't know, that turns every item you have of a certain rarity into the same one. So say all your green items would turn into Sail Stars, all of my white items would turn into Mochas, etc. So that's one way that could potentially end up with multiple Sail Stars existing. I'm just genuinely curious what it would do. And I have no means of answering that in a reliable fashion. Because the only way to answer that really is to run around and keep getting items until I get multiple Sail Stars. Or looking it up. Assuming anybody's bothered to go hunt down multiple Sail Stars, which somebody out there has been either data mining sufficiently or grinding sufficiently to figure that out, I'm sure. If not yet, at some point. Yeah, considering it takes a bit to get money at the start of a stage, your first item being doubled is a pretty hefty help, I would say. But if it can be turned into the first, like, 3 items are doubled, I don't think I need to explain how that will just continue to exponentially boost your power at that point. Because then instead of 3 items, you got 6, etc., etc. You know mathematics, I don't need to sit there and tutorial all of that. And besides, if you need teaching of that level of mathematics, you probably should find it elsewhere other than a Twitch streamer. Just a thought. And if you're too young to have gone through classes to experience such information, you probably shouldn't be here to begin with. You should probably be in school. Now, I know I saw the particles for the teleporter over this way somewhere. Wasn't it this way, or did I get my directions reversed? And this is why I was happy to get that pigeon, by the way, is because I can dodge things like brass contraptions by repeatedly modulating my speed, bouncing. It's a little harder for them to aim at me that way. Barbecue Queen. Oh. expected. Because guess who forgot he had gasoline, so when he went charging through them, he just kept causing explosions. Yeah. I wish I could say I planned that, but that was 100% unintended consequences working out incredibly. I just intended to, like, spin around, stun a lot of them, and set them on fire again. Instead, everything exploded. And I couldn't be happier, really, at that point. Whoever said they don't want to set the world on fire is a liar. I will say, there might actually end up being a case of, like, content overload coming up here in a little bit, because a couple games came out today, for one. I've got a couple things I lined up polls for, so I've got to fit those in now. Which the poll for the Game Boy Advance sampler, by the way, for those who didn't notice it, ended up tied between Klonoa and Sigma Star Saga, so I haven't decided yet whether I'm just gonna do both of them, like do both in the same week, like alternate them, though Klonoa is probably gonna be done in one session anyway. So what it'll probably end up being is I play Klonoa, end it in one session, as it will most likely end up being, then start Sigma Star Saga. Scourge Hive got no votes. Might still play it at some point anyway, but it goes in the low priority bin because apparently nobody wanted to see it. Which is kind of a shame, because that game seemed interesting, but it's also understandable because the game's got some jank. Not that any of those games didn't have jank. But those who saw the vote will also notice things like Back to Stone were conspicuously absent from the voting. Can't imagine why that game wouldn't be on the voting pile. It's almost like I rejected it. Oh, a corrupted Gatling gun, huh? That's... ugh. Knock it off. Knock it off with your Gatling gunning. Perish. Oh, there's so many flyers. Despite the efficacy of these cleavers, flying enemies do really still seem to be the chef's weakness. At least masked flying enemies. Like one or two, he can handle those just fine. But unless they're lined up for the cleaver to hit multiple of them, he's really kind of not got much for flyers. Like, I could spew oil in their general direction and hope it hits them, but that takes some real angling. And at this point, I ain't up for that kind of angling. Like, I'm kind of surprised I'm still going. Interesting that the rolling pin's actually doing enough damage to trigger the band. Then again, it seems like, even though it says on it high damage hits, the threshold for high damage as far as that's concerned is apparently not that high. Is our cleaver's triggering it too, and our cleaver's doing what, like 40s to 50s? Yeah, now and then it does 100 on a backswing, sometimes 200. But on average, it's like 50s. should go clear out the Void Seed, and I might do so after I clear the Beetle Queens out. Rusty toasty. Yeah, because if there was a doubt that I was going to be able to handle those, you haven't been paying attention. We do have the two bands together now. No, we have Kajaro twice. I thought I had Ronald's. Never mind. Double Kajaro is fine, though. That just means more/better Flame Tornado, and I'm fine with that. I am nervous about the Void Seed idea, but I'm also greedy enough that I'm willing to go for it. We'll finish charging the teleporter after we deal with this. I was anticipating a more dangerous boss fight, is why I just went for the boss. Whee! Wax Quail plus the thingy is pretty effective. You know which thingy I mean. I don't need to explain myself. And if you don't understand, well, it was the rolling pin. Now that I can use my words again. There we go, Void Seed collapses. Oh, right, because I didn't finish charging the teleporter, I can't use the... Stupid. It's almost like I explained this earlier today. Fuck's sake, brain. I know you're tired, but come on. Basic game mechanics, my dude. Please. It's bad enough you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with a shotgun earlier. Could you at least be intelligent? Brightside won't take long to charge this, and we're already in very hard, so kind of already out of the window to a certain degree as far as scaling goes. Because we're already in multi-boss territory. Which is usually my biggest concern with the difficulty amounts, is just starting to get overwhelmed with multi-boss. Root enemies on hit, that's not bad. Ooh, War Bonds, huh? What's that do? Gain gold on stage start. Okay, that would have been great to get at the beginning. We'll see how much gold it is. Based on that description, I'm not sure it should be a red item? But at the same time, I'm assuming they made it a red item so that people don't always get war bonds and then trivialize the money situation. Ignoring the fact that you can very frequently trivialize the money in this game if you get a bunch of other things too. Cough cough, brittle crown on anybody with range. I guess there was only the one void thing, because I didn't see any others. But yeah, chance to root on hit's actually going to be pretty good for us. Also, distinct lack of bison is upsetting me. Because I'm still not going to get to see that ult ability. Unless we start seeing bison in here. They might spawn here? 500 at the start of a stage is not bad. That means you can buy something immediately. There's a void thingy. Boop. Okay, those don't count for the sales star either. I think it does say chest on it. Yeah, first chest bought. So even though we bought that with life, it's not the same as buying a chest. Oh, the multi-hit thing. No, I don't need that. So speaking of multi-hit, imagine if I had the Brilliant Behemoth right now, and all my attacks exploded. Explosive flamethrower. Also, a third charge of our flame is silly. Like, this grill's got lots of gas now. Yeah, the root chance is actually paying out pretty good. Every time you see those purple bands around them, they're rooted, in case people didn't catch on to that. But you know, it would seem self-explanatory when they stop moving and there's purple around them frequently. 2 and 2 would add up there, but just in case anybody wasn't paying enough attention to notice that, that's how that works. There's another teleporter. You know what? I don't like this place. We're leaving. It's almost like I want to get out of here before things get worse or something. Speaking of worse, this is a problem. Get rooted, nerds. Later. Thank you, teleporter. Oh hey, one of the few times we find the box. It's because I got teleported to its location upon near death. Get rolled. I may not be a crocodile, but I'm gonna roll you anyway. Hey! Okay, somebody else rolled me instead. Fair enough. Alright, that's the actual end now. I could tempt myself to keep going, but I'm not going to. Huh. I just noticed the other thing Twitch just mentioned and out to everybody. They auto-generate portrait versions of every clip during clip creation. I don't know how I feel about that. That's one of those gonna have to see it in front of me to agree or disagree. Let's see who's doing what and find out where to go from here. If I wanted to be really bold, I could do that, but no. I ain't that bold. Oh, God. You know what? That's just bad enough of an idea to support, so I'm going over there, yeah. Yeah. All I needed to see was the phrase Lethal Company Mega Pack. And I just need to see how much of a disaster this is. Even though we've gone to see Char relatively recently, this sounds stupid enough that I need to know. And you know I'm all about supporting stupidity within certain veins around here, so... that's what we're gonna do then. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Hopefully, I will get to see what that third character is, but we'll figure that out as we go. As I said before, we will most likely be back to this tomorrow. I will be playing with Xeno as long as nothing goes wrong. That's why it was just a one-to-one thing. Yeah. For those that didn't hear earlier as well, 7 Days to Die is back on the table from the sound of things. As long as nothing goes wrong with that. I'll be updating mods and everything tonight to make sure all of that's still in good order. Because it's been a bit. So, I'm gonna make sure all of that's on the right page. Even though the game hasn't updated, the mods probably have. So I'm gonna make sure all of that's in good order. And then starting Monday, barring issues, I'll probably get Klonoa done. Then we'll either start Sigma Star Saga or I'll roll into one of the things that have come out recently. But I'll figure that all out before then. Y'all have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Also, tomorrow will probably be a little bit earlier. Remember that. Have a good one.